Lowry across midcourt. Hands off to Oubre. They're going to play middle pick and roll with Embiid. Oubre bounces to Joel. Joel from 14 straight away. Bucket, it's good. Tie game. 101-101.
He's back. Nice performance last night from Joel Embiid as your Sixers get a win. That was Tom McGinnis making the call on the tying bucket in what eventually became a win. And guess what? In 1 hour, we're going to talk to Tom McGinnis about what the excitement was down there at the Wells Fargo Center last night. So glad you joined us here on this, once again, dreary. Feels like we live in Seattle or something. But a dreary Wednesday morning. Good on the Phillies getting it in last night. A lot of people, I saw a lot of tweets like, what the hell? And I forget, somebody, it was a friend of ours. Maybe somebody that's here, I forget. Like, why the hell are they playing a game like this tonight? You got to get them in. Like you just do. And maybe if they lost, I'd have had a different feeling. But I don't think so, because as the game was going on, as I was watching it, I had to run an errand real quick right after dinner, so I listened to the first half inning with Harper's home run. But I just thought, no, this is what you have to do through 162, and I'd rather get it done now as opposed to, what's going to happen. Today's game moved back to 4, as we know. But what a great sports night we had here in Philadelphia last night. All good. We're going to get through it all. So much fun. Some interesting things that we have to bring up as side notes, not only to the local stuff, but national stuff. I also want to play a game today. And, Ray, we have 2 tickets, if I'm not mistaken, to give away today, right?
A pair of tickets, that's right.
A pair of tickets for next week's Sixers-Orlando Magic game. I'll fill you in on what the contest is today. You're going to give me your answer when you call in to us, talking your sports knowledge, and then we'll give you a chance to play a little game that we got going on today. Ray and I have not discussed this with each other, but I think we have 2 different answers on it, and you guys can come in with your answers, and we will pick a winner at the end of the day. Raymond, how are you today? You were at that 76ers game last night.
I am doing fantastic. So much better than I was 24 hours ago. This was just a wonderful sports night, and it's carried over to the morning. I'm excited for the next 4 hours of this.
Now, it's funny. Of what you just said, I'm so much better than I was 24 hours ago. If that doesn't define how seriously we take sports and over the top we take sports in this city, which I love, nothing will. Yeah, people were depressed yesterday. Oh, my God, what's going on with the Phillies? Oh, my God, Sixers, Embiid's out, coming back. And John was making a big thing about the Embiid being out and then up to question, but whatever. We were saying it out there before we hit a couple of putts before we came on air. I was around the Sixers when Embiid came to them, when they drafted him. I say this in a loving way. The man loves drama. Loves drama. And I gave you a little point out there. I was telling everybody out in the hallways. If you notice a part in the game last night with Joel Embiid, it's early, might have been second quarter. He goes in for a layup, gets fouled, goes to the ground. Okay? Typical Joel Embiid, nothing serious, didn't go down hard. It's what he does. He falls down an awful lot. Goes to the ground, and he's laying there. But while he's on the ground, all of a sudden, he turns himself around on the ground. Why? Was there a TNT camera behind him? Oh, just so happened to be. So then he lays on the ground facing the camera, doing the huffy puffy, and teammates go to help him up. And I say this in a loving way because I really, I like this about him. He huffs and puffs. Teammates put out their hands to help him up. He waits a couple minutes because he has to get the drama of, man, I'm exhausted. Finally gets helped up, goes to the line, does what he does for the rest of the night. And what he did for the rest of the night was simply great. Down a little bit more. It's not just that. It can't just be, look at this team. No, there's some things to look into. Obviously, it's Joel Embiid and how others maybe reacted to playing with him last night. I thought Campaign had a lot of good things to say. So we'll get into all of that, whole bunch of it. A reminder that Tom McGinnis will be joining us at 11 o'clock. Matt Breen will talk to us all Philadelphia sports at 1 o'clock. And then maybe we're just I'm not a fan of the word efforting. I think I told you that before, Ray, right? I had a boss at the Daily News who had a favorite word that was efforting. Well, we're efforting to get this done, efforting. I just like trying. We're trying to get maybe a surprise on the show if we can today. Can't promise anything, but I just want to let you know we're trying to get a surprise on the show today. Okay, let's get into it. This is the Newsmakers from yesterday.
Now, the front page. The stories everyone's talking about. 97.5, The Fanatic.
And we've got a couple of them today when it comes to Philadelphia sports. The first one being, of course, Joel Embiid is back. 8 weeks to the day after his surgery, the big man takes the floor in a 109-105 win. He goes for 24 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals. He did have 6 turnovers, but we'll talk about the reasoning for that a little bit later. You know what the Sixers' record is with Joel Embiid in the lineup now this year? How about 27-8? And also another number. I was on Sixers in 60 last night and with my man Matt Murphy, and we had talked before like a month ago. I said something about Embiid probably isn't all that used to playing with Kelly Oubre either, who has become a really good force for the 76ers. Well, Matt Murphy, when I went on Sixers in 60 last night, Joel Embiid and Kelly Oubre together in a lineup. How about now after last night? 22-5. Pretty good number there, so keep an eye on that. Kelly Oubre led the Sixers last night. He had 25 points. Sixers are still the 8th seed. 1.5 games behind the Miami Heat. 2 games behind the Indiana Pacers. I don't think it's going to change. I really don't. I just think it's going to be that 8th seed. They just seem to be mired there. This Embiid thing is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I thought last night, the biggest news coming out of last night, of course, was Joel Embiid and Kelly Oubre doing what he did and just the win in general. That's great. I thought Nick Nurse was simply a genius last night. Ray, I've been around Joel Embiid coming back for injuries more times than I could probably count. And I've heard the term minute restrictions, and I understand that, and they said it on TNT last night, that they probably weren't going to play him. The number was like 24 minutes. What Nick Nurse did was he just played it like a maestro. He was better than Bradley Cooper last night. He played Embiid the first 4+ minutes of the game, held him out, brought him back. Embiid comes back for a second stint and kind of like looks, or it might have been at the end of the first quarter. Then he goes into the second, looks over after a couple minutes, points to Nurse. Nurse subs him out. It wasn't, and then in the second half, I thought he played it perfectly. Brings him in early in the fourth, and I was like, ooh, what's going on here? What are you doing? Played him just a few minutes, I think to like the 6 or 7 minute mark, then brought him back at 4. Played it absolutely perfectly in that he did use him for 29+ minutes, but he did it in a way that wasn't choppy. And every single time in the past, when I saw Joel Embiid come back from an injury and we knew about restricted minutes, it was so choppy it didn't lend to the goodness of the game. It was just basically, oh, he's out now. Oh, he's got to come out even though they're on a 8-0 run or whatever. Now, Nick Nurse played it perfect. Did he play maybe a couple more minutes than he wanted to? Perhaps. But it worked out great. Joel Embiid was really, really good. So now it goes like this. And here's where the interesting stuff comes up. 6 more games left for the Sixers. Tomorrow night, they're at Miami. Saturday at Memphis. Sunday at San Antonio. Then they host the Pistons on Tuesday, the Magic on Friday, the Nets on Sunday. The interesting question, and I'll put it out to you guys there later, what do you do with them? So today, everybody's going to say, oh, how does the knee feel? And that's going to be the first thing. But it's also how does the rest of his body feel? He hasn't played an NBA game in 2 months. There's going to be soreness everywhere. He could work out, do all the things he wants to do. There's soreness everywhere. There's going to be hamstring soreness. There's going to be soreness all over his body. How he reacts is good. I'm of the belief that with professional athletes, that if it's just soreness and you have to get through it, they like to get the guy back out on the court. The knee is the first thing, first and foremost. So I think it's going to play like this. If he plays in Miami tomorrow night, and to me right now, just my thoughts, it's probably 50-50. They want to play him, yes. We'll see how everything goes. If they do play him tomorrow night in Miami, I don't believe he plays in Miami Saturday. I would say he probably would go San Antonio on Sunday. Then you come home against the Pistons. You play every other day. You go Tuesday. Well, you have off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. Of the remaining 6 games, I would say, optimistically, I would say he goes 4. Realistically, I would say maybe he goes 3. So we'll see how that all plays out. You know he's not going to play the back-to-back. And I'll be anxious to see whether he's a go tomorrow night. I hope he is. We saw how tired he was, but we'll talk more about that a little bit later. The other star in the city last night, of course, Bryce Harper, starting the season 0 for 11. All he does is hit 3 home runs last night, 6 RBI, a grand slam, 9-4 win over the Reds. I don't know if there's anything that perks up Philadelphia fans more than watching their star player star. And it was time for Bryce Harper. And it was funny because the day before, or I think it was leading into the game last night, John Kruk was talking about Bryce Harper, and he said he came up one of the innings, first, I believe it was the 8th inning, first and second, nobody out, and you're like, all right, here comes the Bryce Harper moment. And it didn't happen. He got a 2-0 count, and then he struck out. And Kruk talked about it before the game and said, more times than not, he's going to have that Harper moment than the moment he had. And sure enough, he goes out last night, goes for 3 home runs and 6 RBI. Brad Marsh, out in the outfield, 3 for 4, another home run. I'll tell you what, and I don't want to dive too deep in this early in the season. He looks really comfortable at the plate to me, more so than I've seen him in the year plus that he's been here. I really like the way he looks, and maybe there's a little bit something there. Spencer Turnbull gets the start, goes 5 innings, no earned runs, 7 strikeouts. You couldn't ask anything more from him. We talked about it yesterday. That's exactly what you were looking for. 5 innings pitched, 4, 5. 6 was probably a little too much. He gave you the 5. And then Ricardo Pinto. My first car was a Pinto. Actually, it was a Pinto, but he comes here. This is a great story. Dude gets called to come down and play. He's up in Rochester, New York. Phillies can't get a plane for him. They send up a car. He gets in the car, runs into traffic, doesn't work out all that well. According to Rob Thompson, gets to the stadium in the 4th inning and goes and throws in the tunnel or the cages or something for a little bit. And then, boom, here you go pitch 4 innings. He does, gives up 2 late earned runs. All you use is those 2 last night when you needed it, when this bullpen has been stretched. One day you have Zach Wheeler, if they play, who will probably give you innings, and you won't have to use the bullpen all that much again, and then you have an off day tomorrow. So this sets up really, really well. Funny story that I'll share with you about someone just coming in and playing right away and getting the job done. This comes from the Sixers. Phillies are off tomorrow on after playing today, 4 o'clock today. It's been moved back against the Reds. We'll see if that gets in. Hopefully it does. They're at the Nationals tomorrow to start a weekend series. For the Flyers, nothing until Friday as far as playing goes. I think the Kincade and Salciunas show talked a little bit about this. Mike Sealski wrote a column today wondering if John Tortorella is the guy moving forward, because he outlines that he's not a Keith Jones or a Danny Briere hire. They inherited him, and all the goings-on with John Tortorella with this team. Interesting stuff. He was mad the other night. We heard it. He said it. Travis Konechny, I didn't realize this until I read it. Travis Konechny didn't play the first 7 minutes of the 3rd period on Monday night. That kind of maybe lends you to who John Tortorella was talking about that he wasn't real happy with after the game. But let's not forget, Steve Levy yesterday on our show, great hockey guy from ESPN. He called Travis Konechny a superstar in the NHL. I am not putting down Steve Levy. I'm saying this is how big this might be, that you're trying to win games. You just sat your captain, and now for the first 7 minutes of a 3rd period in a close game, you're sitting perhaps your best player in Travis Konechny. Flyers have a tough string going here. Friday night at Buffalo, Saturday at the Blue Jackets, Tuesday at the Canadiens, Thursday at the Rangers. 4 straight away games for a team that's lost 5 straight. Then they'll go Saturday at home against the Devils, finish out the season Tuesday against the Washington Capitals. Philadelphia Eagles, I have some thoughts on Hassan Reddick. We're going to get to some of his sound bites. I have to tell you, somebody made me feel better about the Hassan Reddick situation this morning. And it was one, Adam Schefter. Yeah, he had some things to say. Maybe it'll make us understand a little bit more. Obviously, you're looking at projection of a player, particularly Bryce Huff. Maybe that's not good enough for you. But That's something you have to live with. John Kincade was going on and on and on this morning about Joel Embiid and being out and questionable and then ultimately playing. I've seen it before. They announced it before 5:45 that he was upgraded to questionable. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I understand where John's coming from. He's talking about the betting aspect. I have an interesting thing to show you about how the line went yesterday with all the goings-on of the Sixers. So, a lot of different things going on today. Raymond, I hope you had a good night at the Sixers game last night.
I had a wonderful time.
Was the crowd pretty boisterous? Because I'll be honest, I didn't hear the opening. I didn't turn on the TV for the introduction because I was watching the Phillies. I timed it just right as far as opening tip. But was it nuts when they announced Embiid last night?
Yeah, the crowd got into it when they announced him. And I felt like the crowd found its energy and found a new energy that, I haven't been there for every game, but I thought the late down the stretch, the comeback, I felt like the crowd kind of came back into the roar that I had grown accustomed to over the last couple of years, that I don't know if it had necessarily been the same in the building throughout, and especially without Embiid. I mean, I understand why it hasn't been that way, but it felt like last night was a night where, hey, you know what? It's a rainy night. We're not going to go across the street. Embiid might be back. Let's see if we can get some tickets and see if we can get down there. It felt like that was that type of crowd that's kind of seriously engaged with this group. And It felt like down the stretch, certainly the crowd came back into what I've grown accustomed to in this Embiid era.
I was reminded last night so much about how good he is. And the fact that I had you play at the beginning of the show, his jumper that tied it at 101. Here's a guy coming back, playing 29 minutes, probably tired as hell at the end of that game with his legs, screaming, and you're wondering about jump shots. Well, he gets a little pick and pop and a 15, 17-foot jumper on a pass from Kelly Oubre down 101-99 late in a game that you really won. And he just bangs it home. Now, when you look at a player coming back like Joel Embiid, at least you would assume that the finesse stuff is going to be there. And that's the 15 to 17-foot jump shots. That's the foul shooting. Different things like that you expect to be there. The power, that's going to take time to come back because you don't really have that explosiveness. He had 6 turnovers last night. A lot of that, to me, is just rustiness. Now, by rustiness, I mean when you haven't played and you're 7'2", that transfer of dribbling the basketball, boom, and bringing it up to look for a shot or look to pass, that's not there all the time. So there's a little fumble going from, because you think about it, most of us out there that have played ball and all, we're what, 6 foot at the most and a little bit. Our transfer to our hands after a dribble is only a couple of feet. He's got a big dribble coming up to his hands. That's a lot of space there. And you saw a lot of times last night that there was like a little fumble, strips. That's where his 6 turnovers came from, an awful lot. That's stuff that's going to have to come back. Footwork was there more than I thought it would be. He had one offensive foul on a drive where he spun by him to do it. But, boy, that was a borderline call. And the fact that he did his footwork and held onto the ball and got a shot off, I was like, okay. He's a little further along than you would imagine, because usually when guys come back like that, it's a spin, and there goes the ball up into to third row. He got that steal late, and we wanted to play that clip. We were talking about that, but he did something I didn't agree with. He gets a steal off of Giddey, and I'm like, all right, just grab the ball and give it to a guard. Grab the ball, pick up the dribble. I'm screaming. I wasn't screaming, but I was thinking it. And he goes in for a layup and gets fouled by Holmgren, which Oklahoma City challenged, which to say, and I totally agree with it. I'm not being a homer. I totally agree with the call being upheld. You don't call an offensive foul on a guy that's moving with another guy. So that was all fine. But I thought, all in all, it's just unbelievable. And you heard the giddiness, and we'll play it later. With Campaign talking about what it's like playing with Joel Embiid and how easy it is, it goes back to a conversation that I've told you here before that I had with Marcus Morris, and him telling me off the air, we were just, shooting the stuff at the Sixers gala. And he said, I got to tell you, when we used to go against Embiid, and he said, I was on a lot of teams and I played with a lot of stars in this league. The fright that you had going against, now this is Marcus Morris, one of the toughest guys in the league, talking about the fright that you faced when you played at Joel Embiid. He made sure when he came to Philadelphia, he let Embiid know that. Do you know how scared other guys in this league are of you? And then he said, and now playing with them, it's like the easiest thing in the world. It's so much fun and so easy to play with Joel Embiid. So all of that stuff is going on. What do you got, Brandon Marsh? Oh, did I say Brad Marsh?
Yeah.
Oh, my fault. Brandon Marsh. You know who Brad Marsh is.
Yeah, but Brandon's the
Brandon
guy
is
that
the
plays
guy.
for the Phils.
Okay, I just saw that on there. I apologize.
No,
I
it's
said
okay.
Brad, Brandon Marsh. But listen, we want to hear from you. 610-632-0975. You can text us, as we said. But as I told you yesterday, because I wasn't disappointed, but it was brought to my attention by some of our YouTubers. Somebody brought up, like, yeah, they don't take calls and all that. No, guys, listen, this is a new show. There's 2 new sheriffs in town. We do. I love talking to you guys. You are more than welcome to give us a call. 610-632-0975. What did you think of Joel Embiid last night? Yes, there's a lot of goodness. There's also some things to pick apart. Kyle Lowry last night, I want to talk about him a little bit because I think I know where he was. And if you just look at the box score, you're going to say, where he was? He wasn't there. He didn't do much of anything. No, I kind of have a different take on that. We'll dive into that, the Phillies, a lot more. I have some other interesting side things also. We are going to have a contest today. When you call, first caller calls in, I'll let you know what it is because we have tickets to give away to the Sixers Orlando Magic next week. 610-632-0975. This is Middays. Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Our sports sanity is saved. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by AAA Car Care. Save $70 on select sets of 4 Nokian tires now through April 15th only at AAA Car Care Centers. Details at AAA.com/mycar. Joel Embiid returned, and the 76ers beat the Thunder 109-105 last night. Embiid scored 24 points in 29 minutes of action, had a couple of big plays down the stretch, a big jumper to tie things up, a big steal late that led to some free throws for him. Kelly Oubre was also huge in the game, a big steal and score for him. Led the way with 25 points for the Sixers. Tyrese Maxey missed the second straight game with a left hip injury, and the 76ers with the win still remain a game and a half behind the Heat for the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference. The 2 teams play Thursday night in Miami at 7:30. The radio voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, will join the show at 11 to talk about those Sixers. Bryce Harper hit 3 home runs last night, only the second time in his career as the Phillies won 9-4 over the Reds. Harper launched a homer in his first 2 at-bats, hit a grand slam in his 4th at-bat. Spencer Turnbull got his first start as the Phil, didn't allow an earned run while striking out 7 in 5 innings, and Ricardo Pinto pitched in the bigs for the first time since 2019, went 4 innings and got himself the save. Phillies and Reds rubber match is at 4:05 today. Zach Wheeler versus Frankie Montas on the mound for that one. The Inquirer's Matt Breen will join the show at 1 o'clock to talk all things Philly sports. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The insight on baseball you need to hear. Jason Stark joins the best show ever today at 4:25. Brought to you by Everfresh Juices and Juice Drinks. Nature's refreshment. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Andrew, the sports calendar is loaded, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is making it even more exciting to get in on all the action. Because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets that you can use on anything. Tournament, Major League Baseball, the NBA, NHL, so much more. Here's what I will tell you to do. You don't want to mess around with this. $5 turns to $200. Look at the biggest favorite in any sport. Use that $5 bet on the money line. Don't mess around with spreads. Don't mess around with props. And when that bet hits, it'll turn to $200. Visit FanDuel.com/Fanatic and make your first bet a big one. That's FanDuel.com/Fanatic and make every moment more. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
21 plus and present.
Glad you're with us here on this Wednesday morning after a great sports night in the Philadelphia area where superstars shined, even though the sun hasn't and won't until like Friday. Kind of depressing. I brought up to Ray, I said, man, it's going to be like 50, 55 and sunny this weekend. Not great wrestling weather for WrestleMania. And Ray looks at me deadpan and says, yeah, Bob, what the hell is wrestling weather anyway? I assume they would like it a little warmer. The guys wearing the tights out there, like The Rock and stuff like that. Like that's a little chilly.
It's a show of toughness, Bob. All right?
Okay.
If you can't do it in the 50-degree weather, I don't want to bother seeing you try to pull it off in 70-degree weather. All right? You got to be tough here.
All right. Okay.
Come on.
How about the fans? Are they tough out there watching?
Oh,
it
yeah.
Stuff? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to be tough.
I took, when two of my kids were little, God, probably like 12 and 8, something like that, they asked me to take them down to the Wells Fargo Center for a wrestling match. I thought it was fun to watch them have fun with it. It was fun. I like huge fan, which I've done before, of whoever's performing. I just like to watch the production of it. I like to see the way the drummers, hit the drums or the guitarists play or whatever and how the show goes on. I thought the way the production of a wrestling match was really, of a wrestling night was really cool. So, and watching the people there is awesome too. So all of you that are going down to WrestleMania this weekend, good on you. Stay warm. Hope you have a great, great time. Ray, I just went into Ray's studio on our break. And believe it or not, we usually talk sports. And Ray said when he got home from the Sixers game last night, he cracked open a nice IPA and sat down to watch the San Diego Padres. And he said, "You Darvish." And he was going on and on. I love it. I love talking to people when they love sports. And he said, watching a 37-year-old Yu Darvish, and it's hindered by he is on his fantasy team. Yu Darvish is. And he says, and he goes pitch by pitch on an at bat. And he goes, "That's so great at 37 years old. Can you believe this guy did that?" Whatever. I said, "Oh, Ray, I got something for you." So I love looking up stuff about, not old time, but current things, anything like that. Something popped up today that I had to bring up to you. You remember Nolan Ryan, Ray? You never saw him pitch.
Yeah, I do remember the name.
Yeah. One of the greatest things about it was he threw out a first pitch at like 70 years old a couple years ago, and they clocked it at like 88 miles an hour. But anyway, Nolan Ryan was just a phenomenal pitcher. Threw inside, threw hard, was unbelievably good. I don't think he ever won a Cy Young. Might be the all-time. Is he still the all-time strikeouts leader? Right up there. But here's the number I saw on Nolan Ryan today. He took 31 no-hitters into the 7th inning in his career. That's incredible.
That's amazing.
That is really cool, especially at a time where we talk about guys. Nobody even goes 7 innings barely anymore. Yu Darvish did last night, much to your liking. So baseball is the greatest sport that you can look at and come up with numbers. I have Tony Gwynn stuff in my phone that every time I see something on Twitter, I have to copy it and put it in my phone because it is amazing. One of my favorites, the most recent, was he struck out less in the 80s than Kyle Schwarber did last year. That's pretty cool. There's some great Greg Maddux numbers and stuff like that. So the big story today, two big stories, but the one has to be the return of Joel Embiid last night. Just a great, great performance by him. Obviously, we saw how winded he was, but he played through it, and he talked afterwards about it. And Ray, I don't know if we have this cut. Do we have any cuts on Embiid? I'm sorry, I should have asked you about this first. But anyway, he was asked about how tough it was coming back, and we all saw it. We saw him hunched over, hands on his shorts, breathing heavily while he was lying on the floor, asking to come out. But he brought up, and this was on the court right after the game, he was asked, how hard was it for him to return? And it's weird because Joel Embiid's basketball mortality kind of flashed in my head for the first time ever. And I think it was in his head also, because he talked about that it was really tough mentally. And then it was brought up why was it tough mentally? And he said, well, because I was kind of depressed and all that stuff. And he didn't really go deeper into it while he was on the floor. But after the game, he did. And he said, this time, being hurt was just really tough. But here was his initial reaction on TNT when they interviewed him right after the game.
Welcome back. 30 minutes of action and a win. How do you feel?
Not good, but I'm glad we got through it and we got the win.
You said you don't feel good. What went into the process of coming back to play tonight?
Man, a lot. I would say usually, when I get hurt, move on to the next one. I'm like, to the next one. This one was it took I just want to come back. I think even, at the level that I'm at, and I'm only going to get better. But, this one was probably the hardest by far, especially mentally.
So interesting right there. When I was watching it last night, he's going, yeah, usually I would get hurt and just move on to the next one. And it does sound confusing. I think I knew what he meant. And then when he said this one was tougher mentally, he just moved on to the next workout that he had to do to get over that injury. Okay, what do I have to do next? What do I have to do next? I know this one hit him in his mind a little bit more. Like he said, mentally, getting close to 30 years old. Man, I just had another injury. That's meniscus injury to the same knee. I think he was kind of thinking about his basketball mortality. And then later on, he went on to say how much he loves playing basketball and he just couldn't wait to get back. All of the things that you wanted to hear was spectacular. There was one thing that I was a little nervous about, Ray, and this is kind of weird. And let us know how you felt about his comeback last night, 610-632-0975. But one of the things that I noticed early on, I think it was his second stint, so he had been going a little bit, he wasn't sweating. And I started to get a little concerned. That sounds weird or whatever, but I've been around enough trainers and stuff like that. They don't like when players don't sweat. And we know Embiid. He gets out on the floor and he's sweating already. He's that kind of guy. Moses Malone was like that, a real sweater and all. But I was kind of like, wow, he's been out there playing. Is it that he's not exerting a lot of energy? I don't think that was it. He just didn't have that going. And I think it's just your body ramping up and getting used to playing and all that stuff again. But that was one thing I noticed. And then later on in the game, it was fine. It was all back, I think. But the greatest thing about it was I think he got better as the game went on. And that's not what you would expect for a guy coming back to play 9 minutes for the first 2 months. You would expect that as the game went on, the legs would get better, all that. He took 12 foul shots last night. I would say on about 6 or 7 of them, after he shot it, he was like, oh, that doesn't look good. Okay, it went in. 12 for 12 from the line last night. So down there, was the reaction just as good? Was the reaction impressed by what he did? And did it seem like he was getting better to you as the game was going on, Ray?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think he takes that ball down the floor, even though you were yelling at him to stop with the steal late in the game. I don't think he takes it down the floor like that early on. I think you saw a couple of times where he had the basketball in situations earlier this season before he was hurt. He might try and split something. He might try and take someone to the hoop where instead he's settling. Slowly, I think you started to see him get a little bit more comfortable with where he was out there. Obviously, there's still a lot more to go, but it felt like he got a lot better. Then defensively, him sliding defensively, him helping defensively, I think that was something big that you saw from him. And even when it wasn't necessarily the help defense, you talked about fright in the opening segment about playing against him. You saw the fright that goes into opposing players when he's down there on the post. That was something big. Down the stretch, you haven't had that. There's been no respect inside for what you have.
Right.
It's okay, if Paul Reed's going to block me, Paul Reed's going to block me, but I think I can draw a foul on this guy, or I think I can get around this guy. With Embiid, it's, oh, I made it into the paint, and now I'm going to dribble my way out of here because I don't want to deal with what he's got. And that's respect for a guy coming back with one knee that's, again, playing limited minutes. So I think that was a big thing I saw from him defensively, was the way he was sliding and the way he impacted the game late with that defense.
And especially with big men, what I've been told and what I've noticed and all that is when they come back, when you come back from an injury, your mind knows where it wants to go. Your mind's okay. Your mind's not fatigued all that much, but it's your body getting where your mind's telling you to go. And last night there was a couple times like little pocket passes in the lane where he leaves his man and goes over and contests. He stayed with his man like a half a second longer because his body wasn't turning as quickly as it normally does. But then later in the game, there was challenges around the rim, and there was layups missed by Oklahoma City later in the game that they don't normally miss. Now, SGA being out and Williams being out, their two top scorers. When I heard that yesterday, my thought went from, man, I hope Embiid plays, to whether he plays or not, they got to win this game. And the game goes on. Oklahoma team, and they're fun to watch, and they're deep, and they have a lot going for them. That is the organization to watch for years to come. But the Sixers needed a win last night if you want to try to stay out of that play-in tournament and all those things, and they did. And I thought Embiid played better. But it was funny. I'm watching Kyle Lowry specifically, and I said this to Bill Colarulo last night on the postgame show. I was watching him particularly a lot of times just to see, okay, how did these two go together? Kyle Lowry, to me, I could be totally wrong, but in my eyes last night, he was a scientist out there. You look at the numbers, 4 points, 4 assists. It wasn't all that there. What did he do? He was figuring it out. I really do think he was watching Joel Embiid for the first time being on a floor with him and saying, oh, okay, he does this. Oh, okay, he does that. I'm not going to force this there. I want to make sure that he's there fully, or I want to see where best players that know him know where to throw him the ball exactly. I want to see how he picks. Does he pick right off of my hip, or do I have to go closer to him? I think Kyle Lowry was a mad scientist last night, and I think this is going to be fun to watch the growth of the two of them together moving forward, because I think that's what it was. Buddy Hield's going to find out. Somebody said last night, it might have been Tom McGinnis, who we're going to have at 11 o'clock. Buddy Hield just needs to slow down a little bit with Joel Embiid on the floor. You don't have to go create your own shots. They'll come to you. Embiid's first make last night, if you noticed it, it was his own defense by Oklahoma City. They had two guys, and 3 and 4 were leaning towards Embiid. And he turned and he took a flat jump shot on a double team and made it. Wasn't the best of plays. You had Buddy Hield was one, Tobias Harris was another. You had other guys wide open, but he chose to shoot it. Buddy Hield, Campaign, Kelly Oubre, they will learn where to get to open spots with Joel Embiid the more they play with him. So a lot of that coming up. Joel Embiid, what's your reaction? Here's the game we're playing. And we'll pick the winner at the end of the day. We want you to call in. Let us know what you're thinking. We'll talk more about Bryce Harper, the Phillies, John Tortorella, the Eagles we're going to get into, all of that. Let us know what you're thinking on the Philly sports landscape about things we've talked about. And then I'm going to give you a chance to give me the line of the night. The line of the night. It could be something that somebody said. It can be something that somebody did in a sporting event. If you give me the line of the night, we're going to copy them all down. We're going to deem what the best one is at the end of the day, and the winner gets 2 tickets next week, Sixers, Orlando Magic. Okay? Line of the night, what is it? Call in with your sports knowledge, and then let us know at the end what your line of the night is. 610-632-0975. If you can't call in, you can also text that number. So much going on here in Philly today. Love it. Can't wait to talk to you about it. This is Midday Show's Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
Up top, Buddy. A 3 by Hield is good.
Hey, it is hump day. That's always cool, even if the weather sucks, even if the Phillies, 4 o'clock, we'll see. Hopefully it departs, but I don't know. But you're in a good spot right now. You only used 2 pitchers last night. You have Zach Wheeler going today, if indeed they do play. He'll probably gobble up some innings. You wouldn't assume a bullpen would have to be used all that much. Off day tomorrow, and then you go to the Nationals on Friday for a weekend series. Ray, I've told you how much I love my friend base, right? And and I'm so lucky it's a rather large one. Well, my friend Gene Kane during the break sent me a stat, and he said this is one of my favorites. Tony Gwynn has more assists in college, 590, at San Diego State, 4 years, than strikeouts in his 20-year Major League Baseball career, 434.
That's a line right there.
That is terrific. I love stuff like that. That is the greatest. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, if you want to win a pair of tickets to the Sixers, Orlando Magic, you're going to have to do a little homework here. I need the line of the night from you. It can be a line from a game. It can be a line that somebody said. I need the line of the night. We will gather them all. We will figure out what the best one is. And then the winner at the end of the show is going to win 2 tickets to the Sixers Orlando Magic series game next week. Lynn in Bucks County, you start us off today. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up?
I'm good. I think my answer is not actually something that was said, but it was something that happened.
That's fine. That's exactly what we wanted.
I would say it has to be Joel Embiid and Allen Iverson hugging at the end of the night. 2 greats. It was a great close to the game, and it was amazing to watch.
What did you think of Joel Embiid last night altogether?
I think he was incredible. It was great to have him back. It was weird to watch the team kind of adjust to him being there, but I think he played great considering. He looked tired, but that's understandable, and I think he'll be himself soon enough.
Lynn, who's your favorite Sixer of all time?
Of all time, Allen Iverson.
All time. Allen Iverson. So you got to see the current star and your favorite player hugging it out last night.
Yes, that's how I felt. It was magical.
Magical. Lynn, thanks so much for the call. Really appreciate it. It's not really a line. It's not something somebody said or a stat that they put up, but we'll put it in the bin. AI and Embiid hugging after the game last night. Embiid was so happy just to be on the floor. If you watched him, helping Oklahoma City guys up all during the game, going over to their bench, going over to actually Daniel, the coach of Oklahoma City Thunder, during the game and giving him like a pat, like, hey, you're doing a good job. After the game, hit the whole line of Oklahoma City players, hugs and kisses and all that, then goes over, makes his way to Allen Iverson, talks to the reporter on the floor and says, yeah, not good. I don't feel good right now. Understandable. I'll put this to you, Ray, real quick. What do you think the chances are that he doesn't play tomorrow night? What are the chances?
75%.
75 that he does
I really
not.
don't think he will play.
Really?
I don't think he'll play.
Interesting.
I think this management is going to be, hey, let's give him a couple of days, see how he really responds to this. I don't think it's worth figuring out whether he can go 2 days after just the first game back. I really don't think. The way they've managed him in the past, I really don't think he does. He goes again. That's just my gut feeling. By the way, Lynn, give us a call back so we get your information.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah, no worries.
My fault. Yeah, Lynn, give us a call back. Need to get all your stuff from you. Got to make sure I do that. After the game last night, Joel Embiid said, for some reason, this injury was it was disappointing. It was depressing. It took me a while to get over it, and I still haven't gotten over it. So just got to take it day by day and look at the positive. A lot of positive in this city last night. Bryce Harper, 3 home runs, 6 RBIs. Got to like that. Get you a grand slam among it also. Tony in Philly wants to talk about the Phillies a little bit. Tony, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on?
Fellas, good morning. How you feel?
Doing good. How you doing, Tone?
I'm doing great. Just driving home. I think the line of the night was me. Was on. I think I've seen it on Philly's website. MV3 for Bryce Harper, and I find the significance of the 3 homers. You know, he struck for 3 games, and the fact that this will be his 3rd MVP, National League MVP, this year if he wins it. So I looked at it as like 3 homers to start off his MVP campaign, the National League Player of the Year.
How did you – so last night you have 2 stars in this town, Tone. You have Joel Embiid comes back, has the night that he has. Bryce Harper Bryce Harper started the season not well and hit you 3 home runs. What excited you more?
Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper excited me more, but I do have to give Embiid a shout out. Because I remember Joel Embiid that if he got injured or took some time off, I'll see him at Shake Shack with 2 burgers and a milkshake. And he came back last night looking ripped. And I was worried about with the leg injury. I understand the leg injury, but he could come back. Add a little bit more muscle. And Joel Embiid looked ripped last night. I was real proud of him. He's come a long way from the immature Embiid to the superstar Embiid that really wants to win a championship. I can see it in just the things that he's doing to make himself better. I noticed it. It didn't go unnoticed with me.
Okay. Tone, hold on a second. Let's get your information about it. Tony's got the MV3. I don't know if somebody said that last night. Look, here's what we're looking for. Something that somebody said last night. We want your sports opinion first, and then we want you to finish it with line of the night. Could be something somebody said. It could be a stat line from somebody throughout any league that you want. It could be any of those things. So we'll check on that. All right, we're going to hit a break here because coming up at 11 o'clock, they are catching a flight within the next couple of hours to get down to Miami. But Tom McGinnis was nice enough to join us today. So he's going to join us at 11 o'clock. And then after that, it's all you guys, 610-632-0975 on this great Philadelphia Sports Wednesday. Midday, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Harper and Embiid, both back, both in different ways. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Hemmings. Join Hemmings April 13th at Maple.
is Philadelphia's sports station for breaking news. Now, more with Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I want to put a special thank you out there, an apology out there to our YouTubers, to our listeners, to our tweeters. Yes, I said Brad Marsh. I apologize. That was a Flyers defenseman back in the day. Brandon Marsh is who of which I was speaking when I was talking about your Philadelphia Phillies. So I apologize. I turned a lot of people off with that. My apologies. Slip of the tongue. Don't know what to do. All right, last night. Great return by Joel Embiid, and the man that called the game and the man that's joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline, none other than Tom McGinnis. Tom, how are you today, buddy?
Doing great, Bob. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for spending the time, because people that don't know the hectic schedule, late game last night, Tom did post-game show, all of that, probably gets home late, has to get up early this morning, headed to the airport soon to fly down to Miami. So for you to take a couple minutes, Tom, greatly appreciated. So I wanted to ask you right off the bat, what stuck out most for you last night in watching the 29 minutes of Joel Embiid?
Well, for starters, when he came down the hallway, I believe it was Arena Vision, and maybe Turner, had a camera on Joel walking out, and the fans that were there had already seen him warming up. And it was like a conquering, in a sports way, a conquering hero returning to the field of battle. There was excitement in the air. That was really neat. I wrote a quick note to Matt Murphy, who was on with the pregame. I'm like, this is like Willis Reed taking the court of the guard. Now, again, that night a championship was won. But so then when he played, it's just like the whole dynamic of our team kind of morphed and changed right there. And it's like hope, he has brought hope in terms of what might happen in the weeks to come. And, the fact that he made 12 free throws when clearly he was winded, you saw him leaning over on his knees, and clutch free throws that provided the difference in the game down the stretch. So he's a terrific player. The one thing I thought coming in was during his rehab and returning to the court, the shots that he would be taking would be very similar to the shots he takes in the game, which are right around the nail and the top of the key. Face-up jumpers, which he's really excelled at over the last few years, and that's what happened. And I think as soon as Oak City saw that, he can still make those, that's when they started to double, and that's when he passed. I thought if there was any area where he might, the rhythm and struggling to get back to peak form, it might be the passing. Well, he had an eye for Tobias Harris like Mo Cheeks had for Dr. J. He kept dishing it to Harris, and Tobias made some early baskets. So all in all, I don't know that you could have expected anything more from the way that Joel played and pushed the team into victory lane.
Agree with you. And, Tom, you and I have both seen, you a little more than me, but you and I have both seen Joel Embiid come back from injury an awful lot of times. And I'm not putting down Brett Brown or anything like that, but I thought Nick Nurse was a genius last night in the way he used the 29 minutes of Joel Embiid. It wasn't choppy. It was very well. I don't even know if it was planned or if he was doing it by the seat of his pants. But did you feel more of that last night, that the 29 minutes were done in a really, really good way by Nick Nurse?
For sure. And Nick Nurse is absolutely. But you mentioned Brett Brown, and he had a great phrase about this, Bob. You'll remember it. How are you going to spend your money? And that was, I thought, a great way of how you parse the minutes. So you knew, let's go to the very end. I think at the beginning, the first 4 minutes, and I'll get to the end, Joel, probably needed the blow right there 4 minutes into the game.
Yes.
But at the very end, he comes back with about 4.5, went out with around 8 or so minutes, maybe 10 minutes to go in the game, and then comes back. And there was no number to – normally they probably had a number, but only thing that Coach said prior to the game is they're probably not going to go from 0 to 100 in terms of – but in the end, it sounded like 30 minutes, and which I thought was great. And for sure he did, and Embiid took, a lot. He deserves a lot of credit. And Paul Reed did a great job when Joel wasn't in there. So, like I said, he played tremendous. I think it brought a lot of energy, not just to the fan base, but to our players. When you consider that Buddy Hield and Payne and even Kyle Lowry had never played with him before. And then the guys that have know what he brings to the table. And, it doesn't take a genius, especially if you're a teammate, to realize, oh, my, he's going to make it so much easier. He draws two. He moves the ball. We get open shots.
And the Sixers over the last 2 games have really knocked down the open three.
I thought Kyle Lowry, I just said this last segment, was kind of a mad scientist out there last night. I know people look and say, oh, man, only 4 points, only 4 assists. I think he was taking it all in on the floor of, okay, what's it like playing with this guy? Where does he like to go? What's best suited here? Did you get that feeling at all last night watching Kyle Lowry?
Well, again, Coach Nurse postgame said Kyle, when he met with him in the office prior to the game, and this is probably, 30, 40 minutes before the game, and Kyle's like, I don't know how to play with this guy. Think about it. They were nemesis for years.
Yeah.
But Lowry is, and it's the old line, Bob, and you've heard it a million times, but until you get a guy in your gym, you don't know what he brings to the table, and that's usually what coaches are talking about. But I think as fans, we're watching Kyle Lowry, and he's a master orchestrator, organizer, and, yeah, he's going to figure it out on the fly because it wasn't necessarily Kyle and Joel in the pick and rolls. In the guts of the game, what won the game was the fourth quarter actions with Embiid and Kelly Oubre. Oubre had 7. He turns the corner, and he and Joel played the middle pick and roll. So, yeah, Kyle Lowry is going to figure it out. He's been so good. And don't look. He's not going to score 23 points like he did against Toronto Sunday, but that's not all he brings to the table. I mean, as you know, he took a charge. He brings the fight. He's a communicator with the guys. He's been so good. Like, I can't imagine. I don't know the whole. I guess they wanted Rozier and they wanted a younger player down there, but he has so much left. I'm surprised that he's still not with the Miami Heat.
Tom McGinnis joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline. And, Tom, I want to ask you this question that's been popular surrounding the Sixers with Joel coming back, and I'm anxious to hear your answer. Who do you think benefits most with him coming back? And maybe it's more than one, and maybe it's the coach, or maybe it's somebody else. But who comes off the top of your head when I say this person's going to benefit most?
Yeah, and, again, it's probably not the answer you're looking for, but I would say defensively the Sixers are going to be way better. They go from wherever they are rating-wise, they were one of the best teams defensively in the NBA. Like, his ability in the paint to help out on drivers, to get back and protect the rim on the same play is amazing. And then the threat of a man like that in the middle. I talked to Campaign after the game, and, he's been on the other side. And, as you know, like, all of a sudden, like a 6-foot floater turns into an 8-foot, I'm not sure, playing off 2 feet when you see Embiid in there. So he's going to bring quite a bit defensively in rim protection and what the Sixers can do, because now guys can press out a little bit more. And then offensively, for sure, like, he and Maxey had a lot going on early in the season. Again, Bob, you go back to those first games that the Sixers, remember, there were 11 fourth quarters. He didn't even have to play.
Yeah.
That's how they had won so many games by such lopsided margins after 36 minutes. And then again, I'm not all into the ratings, but, the basketball people are, and their net rating was top 5, if I'm not mistaken, at both ends of the court. So everybody's going to benefit. And now you've got more shooting around him with Payne and with Batum and with Buddy Hield and Maxey and Tobias. So, and that's how you win. He's such a force when, again, you have to have another guy guard him or he's going to drill you for the opposition. That and the extra pass, that's how you win in the playoffs.
Tom, last thing, you do a great job, and it's must-listen radio for me and for a lot of others, when you talk to Nick Nurse before the game, and you guys play that before tip-off. I want to ask you, and this isn't like a personal or an inside thing, but you've seen up front what the mad scientist that goes on inside of his head. Do you think he has it all played out about how this rotation is going to go, and he's kind of just looking at some things? Or do you think it's still kind of an audition in these last 6 games as to how he's going to go with what lineup moving forward?
No, first of all, I think the world of the guy. He's been unbelievable to me and for our franchise and for our fans. Watch where Nick Nurse takes us, okay? This guy has won every single place he's at the end of the season in the G League. I don't care if Great Britain, the Raptors, he wins the championship. He's going to take us to the promised land. So regarding the lineups, no, I think it's a little fluid. They meet all the time. All these coaches, they work and they go through all these things. And it's a new group, like in terms of, how he's going to pair people. But I would think he's got a pretty good idea based on how Oubre has played. You get Maxey back at an all-star level. The second unit looks like Buddy's coming off. You know what I mean? He's got the Bamba Reed situation in terms of now you got two backup bigs that can help out in the non-Joel minutes. So, and now you add Kyle to the mix. It's all good. And, you know, I think things change. You know, you obviously shorten your rotation a little bit in the playoffs. But, you know, he may not have it completely lock, stock, and barrel figured out right now, but he will. And things, in a playoff series, things change too, right? You have to tweak your lineup and see how it's going, how they cover things. It's exciting. Like I said, you had a sense he was coming back, and now he's back. And no matter how much he plays here down the stretch, if he's 100% healthy, look out, because the Sixers are a big threat now in the East.
And, Tom, nobody describes the excitement better than you. I've told the story before that when we were on road trips and, the doldrums of the road trip, you're tired. My favorite times were when you were sitting near me and I could hear your voice describing the game because it made me felt like I was closer to home. So I thank you for that. I thank you for everything you do. And we will talk to you down the line, buddy.
You got it, Bob. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Tom. Safe travels. Tom McGinnis joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline. All right, so this is funny, Ray, and I don't know if you picked up on this because you know how I listen and my, crazy mind works. We are giving away 2 tickets today to the Sixers Orlando Magic next week for the line of the day. It could be from yesterday, today. It could be something that somebody said yesterday. It could be a stat line from last night. Or maybe, just maybe, you were given one right there. You got to dig in a little deeper to see what I'm talking about. Slick Rick wants to check in about the Sixers. Slick Rick, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, buddy?
Top of the day.
Top of the day to you, buddy. What's going on?
I'm here to tell everybody that this is the year. And the reason why this is the year is because Embiid has played other years where we got our butts kicked in the second round up until the playoffs or he get injured before the playoffs. This happened in the middle. So we're getting a fresh Joel Embiid for the playoffs. We're going to the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, I'm just putting that down right now. That's not like being overly optimistic. That's the reality of the situation. The East is weak.
So
we had a 25-8 record, if I remember correctly, before he got hurt.
They are currently, with Joel Embiid this season, 27-8.
27-8. All right, my fault.
No, that's right.
I scored us some games. I said 25-27. That's even better. So my thing is, he's back. The team around him, his supporting cast, is better than it was before. All the people who really didn't want to be here, all the people who weren't earning their paycheck, we won't say their name, they're out of here. We got guys who want to win, guys who want to play. They're happy for each other. The big man is back, and it's going down.
Rick,
here it is. Mama, there goes that man again, and that goes for Bryce Harper with 3 boppers last night, and that was Embiid returning last night.
Do you have a line of the night, Rick?
Those men again.
Rick, I need a line of the night from you. Do you have one?
Right there. Mama, there goes that man again.
Okay.
It was Harper and it was Embiid last night. It was both of them.
All right, Rick, hold on a second. Let's get your information here. Hold on 1 second. Rick was pumped up.
As you should be.
Yeah, there goes that man again. Who said that line last night?
I don't know if anyone did.
No, we're just
but it might
we
be
can't make up lines. We can't bring up lines. We're talking about lines from last night or maybe today, and stat lines can be included. So you got to dig a little deeper on this one. You got to figure it all out. We just talked to Tom McGinnis. He said something.
He said something pretty good. And on our text line, there was one that I think is a prime contender that has not yet been uttered.
Is that right?
Yes. But it is Amanda in Denver, and I don't know if Amanda's going to be able to make it from Denver to Philadelphia for said.
Well, we'll have to check with Amanda. Maybe she has relatives here in Philadelphia. That could.
I mean,
should we check in now what Amanda had to say, or should we hold off on it?
No, well, because if someone else says it, I don't want to take it from someone else. I think there's a chance that was, in terms of what was said last night, if it's not the line of the night, it's a prime contender.
Okay.
If we had to put together our Mount Rushmore of lines from last night, it would be on your Mount Rushmore of lines from last night.
Should I give my line of the night so I can kind of give an example to people of what we're looking
Bob.
for? Okay. So I thought this out this morning, knowing that we had 2 tickets to give away. I said, all right, what can we do? And I was looking, what do I do every day? I look through all the box scores of Major League Baseball, NBA, anything that went on. I looked through. So there was a line last night. It's a stat line. It was my line of the night. And it's Victor Wembanyama, who went for 23 points, 15 rebounds, 8 assists, and 9 blocks. The dude just missed getting a quadruple double. But here's the more fascinating thing. He was a -9 when he was on the floor. The team got outscored by 9, even though he posted those numbers. So anyway, that was my line of the night. So now you see where we're going. It can be something somebody said. It could be a stat line. So many different ways that we can go on this great day where Joel Embiid had a wonderful night and Bryce Harper did also. G on the cell. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, G?
What's up, gentlemen? How you doing today?
How you feeling today, buddy?
I'm feeling good. Great game last night. First thing first, I love the way that they played overall, and I love the fact that the refs did not call one moving screen on our big men. That was amazing.
I didn't even notice that. Is that right?
I don't think they called one, and you know we get about 3 games at least.
It is a popular call, isn't it, G?
Oh, my God, that call. That's been getting us since Brown. Since what was the center we had? Holmes. That we
Rashawn Holmes.
Rashawn Holmes. Oh my God, they will get him on that. The Dwight Howard on that. Every center we have, backup, starter, whatever. We are known for that call. I don't get it. Meanwhile, Draymond and Joakim Noah and all of them, they do these wild picks and screens and no calls. But we get the little.
It's one of the lost arts in basketball, and I said it a long time ago, is that guys don't know how to pick proper screens, and the ones that do are so effective.
So effective. But it's also a nitpick call. I think it's a way that the refs can control the game also.
Yeah, no, that's true to that. What else? You got a line of the night for us, G, or anything a bit more about Embiid that you liked?
I got the line of the night, and I got this one thing that I'm just dumbfounded about. So which one do I give you?
All right, give me the dumbfounded, and then we'll go line.
Dumbfounded, I understand. Back in the day, players would beg their agents to get to a city team with an MVP or a big man like Joel. I don't understand how you got 2 Bogdanoviches, one on Atlanta, the other one in Detroit. I don't understand how you have these effective veteran shooters and no one is begging their agent to come play with Joel. Can you make me understand that?
I cannot. Obviously, it's a money thing. I was surprised one of the Bogdanoviches wasn't here at this past trade deadline. Maybe it'll happen during the offseason. We'll see what goes on with that. What's your line of the night?
The line of the night was the first thing I heard this morning from Shanae Obumage on ESPN. I know we don't like to give praises to the bully in today's climate, but she said this morning, watching Joel come back, and like you said, Marcus Morris said he's the scariest guy in the league. She said Joel coming back was like the bully being out of school for the week, and he came back to class, and everybody's looking around and said he's back.
Gee, I love it. Hang on so we can get your information. Now there's a line of the night. I love it. G came up strong there. Might be the leader in the clubhouse. Going forward, that's pretty damn good. All right, we got some news. We got like a major trade in the NFL, it appears.
Now, breaking sports news from 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
What do we got, Mr. Dunn?
Oh, okay. Sounds good. I'll break this one for you.
Yeah, let's go. You
Why
do
not?
it.
Yeah, sure.
You're the newsman.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Stephon Diggs has been traded from the Bills to the Houston Texans. And the compensation for this one, the Bills are getting a 2025 second-round pick. That pick actually courtesy of Minnesota. So Texans had that one from Minnesota. And the Texans received Stephon Diggs, a 2024 sixth-round pick, and a 2025 fifth-round pick.
Those Texans.
That's how you build around a quarterback you believe in who's a rookie.
Yeah, you think? And it kind of goes to G's point, like, wow, you wonder if some of these people want to play with him.
Did you watch C.J. Stroud last year?
Exactly.
If I was a wide receiver in the NFL that wasn't happy with my current team, Send me there.
Damn
Please.
straight.
Anything. Do anything to get me there.
That's an interesting team. And yeah, I like that they're in the AFC because you can kind of look at them with a smile on your face and not say, oh, damn it, why are they so good? Nah, you can kind of enjoy that. That's interesting. All right, we were busy in the 10 o'clock hour, so I got to tell you the 10 o'clock hour was brought to you by Window Nation. Take advantage of Window Nation's 50% off sale on all style windows. Plus, make no down payment with no payments and no interest for 12 full months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. All right, when we get back, phone lines are totally open. You guys that are there, hold on a minute. We'll get to you. 610-632-0975. Looking more at Joel Embiid. Where do you think this goes forward? Last night, Bryce Harper. What kind of an uplift is that for your Philadelphia Phillies? And I have some interesting little nuggets here that concern betting. It concerns viewership and some other things going on. This is Middays. Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
last night with the Phillies, with the Sixers. Gotta love it. Bryce Harper. We can't let Joel Embiid have all of the glory. Bryce Harper had his night also.
So the bases are loaded. Lefty on lefty. Yeah, it's hooked deep to right center field. No doubt about it. A 3-homer game. He caps it off with a grand slam.
I love Kruk in the background. Yeah. That was Harper's home runs last night, each one of them right off the bat. You know they were going. You love to see it on just a horrible night. Cold and wet and damp. You just don't think that hitters are going to have a night like that last night. Not many other people did. Marsh hit you a home run. You only had, I think, 8 hits altogether, and those two combined for 6 of them. So good night last night for the Phillies. Of course, the story of the night kind of after Bryce Harper, as far as the Phillies goes, is that Ricardo Pinto it gets there in the 4th inning, and Rob Thompson goes and says hi to him, and he throws some pitches down in the cage or the hallway, and then comes in and pitches 4 innings. And the Phillies wind up getting the win using just 2 pitchers. It reminded me of a story that when I was covering the 76ers during the process, we're in Boston, and we go to the team hotel, and they had a gym in the team hotel where they did their shoot-around that morning before the game. And we get an announcement from the PR guy that, the team just signed Tim Frazier. He's a guard. He's bounced around, but he's from Penn State, blah, blah, blah. Go to Brett Brown. I'm like, hey, Brett, what's this guy, Tim Frazier? He goes, yeah, I don't know. I just shook his hand, said hello, and told him he's playing 35 minutes tonight. And sure enough, he did. That's what the process was all about, and that's what Ricardo Pinto was all about last night, which was good for the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, we're talking all that. Joel Embiid, Harper, Phillies, and Sixers really brought some – I don't want to say much-needed happiness. We're pretty early in the season of the Phillies, but as far as the Sixers go, it's absolutely awesome, so we're happy about that. We're also asking you for a pair of tickets for next week's Sixers-Orlando Magic game. What's your line of the day? What was your line of the night? I gave mine. Mine was a stat line, and it was Victor Wembanyama, who went for almost a quadruple-double, and we've had some other good ones here. We also have one, Ray, if I'm not mistaken, on our text line that we want to get to. Amanda, I believe?
Yeah, so Amanda said that she wants to be entered because she would fly in from Denver for these tickets, which is really impressive on her part. But the line of the night comes from Bryce Harper, according to Amanda. When asked about what he would remember about his 3-home-run night, Harper responded, hopefully this was the start to us winning one. And that one, of course, referring to a World Series.
Ooh. Amanda would fly in for a Sixers game. And where's she again? Out in
Denver. Wow. Well, then again, she didn't get to see Embiid this year.
Yeah, good point. Interesting. I don't know if that's a tough flight. I hated that flight from Philly to Denver. Plus, Denver Airport is like 70 miles outside of downtown Denver, in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, there's really weird stories about the Denver Airport, but I'm not going to get into that because that's something different. Drew in West Philly wants to talk about Joel Embiid. Drew, what's going on? You're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, what's going on, brother? How you feel?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I can't complain.
Good man.
So listen, Joel Embiid, I've watched every game that he's played since he's been a Sixer. And unfortunately, we've all seen him get hurt multiple times and have to come back. And every time he comes back from an injury, we're always disappointed because it never looks right. But something about last night, him coming back from this injury, it looked different, didn't it? Like, even with him being tired, didn't it just look different?
He didn't go to the knee. He didn't limp at all. He wasn't tugging at it. I got to agree with you. I was surprised, Drew. It did feel a little bit different. He felt pretty comfortable.
And let me ask you a question. How many times did you see him hit the ground last night?
I recalled one where he turned around to the camera and was breathing heavy when he was lying on the floor. I called it drama, but I guess not that much, right?
Exactly. No dumb falls. Like, like he used to put his body on the line after injuries. Like, he just played the game, did a flop and fall. He just did what he was supposed to do.
There was one play, Drew, and I don't know if you remember this or not. The ball was going out of bounds, coming towards the camera. And it looked like Embiid starts running after it. And I'm like, oh, my God, don't do it. Don't dive after the ball. Whatever. But he reached out and grabbed it and kept it in bounds and started a fast break. But I was feeling the same way as you. Don't do anything stupid out there, right?
Yeah, and it seems like he's maturing. Like his mind and his basketball mind is maturing to know there's no point. We got another possession. I'm not going to throw my body all around. At least that's what he should know.
Yeah. So what's your line of the night, Drew? What did you have that kind of stuck out to you?
Okay, well, this is in combination to what your line was because your producer could tell you stole my line.
Oh, did I?
Yes, right before you said it, I called and I gave it to him.
I took your Victor line, huh?
Yes, you did.
All right, we'll put you in there for that one. Obviously,
But wait, I do have another one.
Okay.
Because if you said it, I don't know if it still counts if I want to say it.
All right, I'll give you another one then.
Okay, so the line of the night for me is Jokic on Wemby. Jokic said that it was funny. He told Wemby if he blocked his shot one more time after the first block, he was going to do something about it. And he said Wemby blocked my shot 4 times after that, and I didn't do anything about it.
Well, he scored 42, I think, or something like that.
Oh, yeah, in the win, but but it was just a funny line to me.
Yeah, no, that's a great one, Drew. Hey, listen, appreciate you calling. Don't be a stranger. Hold on, your information from you there, but that's a good one. He had that. I shouldn't have put it out there. My bad. But I wanted to give people an example of what we were kind of talking about because I didn't think people were really getting it at first.
I think they're getting it now.
They're getting it now. All right, going back to Bryce Harper a little bit. You said we have Nate in the Northeast sent us a good text about Harper?
Yeah, Nate in the Northeast said last night, I think he was doing what a lot of people were doing with flipping between the channels and said he was watching it, and his girl said, put the Sixers back on. Said, you don't flip a channel with Bryce up and the bases loaded. And sure enough, the Grand Slam happened, and he was able to turn to her and say, see, don't you dare ignore the Bryce Harper at bat.
I needed her advice last night because I've told you this before. I think it was one of our first shows, Ray. There was stuff on. I said I was golden last night with the thumb. Remember that? It was about a couple weeks ago. I forget what the games were, but I was hitting everything. Man, I totally screwed up last night. I couldn't get it right. My predominance was the Sixers because I was watching that mostly. But when I went to go back to the Phillies, to 8-1, missed it. Missed the Grand Slam. Missed all 3 of Bryce Harper's home runs. First one I heard in the car because I had to run some errands to get some things. But I missed the other 2. My game was off last night. When it came to switching around, and it was only 2 games, my game was off. So I can only blame me.
Oh, yeah, that's on you, squarely.
Yeah.
You gotta own that one. You'll be better tonight.
Now, how did you feel? You knew you were going to the Sixers game last night, and that was the game to be because he's coming back. But when you heard that Harper was hitting 3 home runs, I guess you had it on your phone or whatever you were doing.
Yeah.
Did a tinge of you say, God, I wish I was home watching both these games?
No.
Okay,
no, nothing
good.
beats being at a game.
That's the answer I was looking for. Very happy that you said that. So we'll go to John in Churchville, wants to talk about Kelly Oubre, who's been playing wonderful basketball lately. John, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up?
Hey, Bob.
How you doing, buddy?
See you have your own show here, and really enjoy it. And I do miss your chemistry with Pat, but love your new show.
That makes one of us, Sean.
And really, real quick, I'm loving watching Caitlin Clark too. I know you appreciate that.
I'll tell you, I think I love watching the women, and I've been saying this for years. I love watching good basketball. I don't care who's playing it. I just think it's really good basketball. Her, Angel Reese, Floje Johnson, I loved watching the other night. So, it's just good stuff.
Yeah, this weekend should be cool. But, as far as Oubre goes, the first time I saw him play 4 or 5 months ago, I'm like, who is this guy? He's, awesome, you know? And then he gets in this weird accident, and I'm like, maybe that's why he can't stay on the team. He's been on so many different teams. He's a weird cat. But regardless, I hope Sixers plan on signing him.
I would say it's coming closer to that point, right, John? How could you not be intrigued by him?
That's the big 3, him and Maxey and Embiid. I mean, that's something to build on. I mean, I'm loving watching this guy. He's amazing. He's so confident. He loves dunking it. He's always going to the hoop to dunk it.
It's funny. This thought came in my mind this morning, John. I wish to God Tobias Harris had the same mindset as Kelly Oubre, where he just doesn't think about things. He just does.
Right.
Right? Do you have a line of the night, John?
Yeah, I do. It's interesting. Harper, first thing out of his mouth when he was getting after the game. Someone said, "Hey, you're 3 homers, you're grand slam, you're this." He goes, "Yeah, Spence really pitched good for us tonight."
That's right. I did see that. John, that's a great one. Hold on. Let us get your information. That is funny. They did go on and on, both Tom McCarthy and Kruk, McCarthy leading it, saying how what a great night you had, you know, after going 0 for 11. He put his head down and said, yes, Spence pitched great for us tonight, talking about Spencer Turnbull. I love that. I love that. I love when you look at the secondary story, when you don't make the story about yourself, when you kind of say, yeah, what I did was cool, but it wouldn't have been for anything if Spencer Turnbull didn't give us 5 innings of no earned run baseball and 7 strikeouts. So that's a pretty good one. I like that. I'm always about the side story. You know, I love the superstars. Everybody loves the superstars, but I also love the side stories. I have a couple of side stories here for you that we're going to get to when we get back. And I mentioned them before. There was funny things going on in the betting world last night, if you're a close follower of it all, and that's just the world that we live in. Also, there were some numbers out there as far as viewership that I thought were quite impressive. Made me smile. I love it. You might too, and maybe you are part of it. We'll talk about all that and more. Also, your lines of the night for Sixers tickets for next week. And Matt Breen is going to be joining us at 1 o'clock today to talk all Philadelphia sports. This is Middays 97.5 The Fanatic. Bob Cooney here.
Philadelphia 76ers basketball. The games are here.
Here's Payne for the record, and it's in. The Sixers with a
Glad you joined us after a great sports night here in Philadelphia, and also a little bit of a strange one. So our friend Ed Barkowitz, who's going to join the show tomorrow at 11 o'clock to talk all the betting world that he does in such a great way, forwarded me this morning. And this is pretty interesting, and John had been talking about it on Kincade Salciunas this morning about the late announcement of Joel Embiid playing and relating it to the betting world. Eddie sent me this. Oklahoma City was a -5 against the Sixers overnight. When Jalen Williams was listed as out and SGA questionable, it was then OKC -1. Then, with Embiid possibly playing, it was Sixers -3.5. Then, with Maxey out, it became Sixers -2.5. Welcome to the craziness of what is the betting world. And that's what it is. You know, like Andrew and I were talking about it after his show got done and ours started was, yeah, guess what? That's what betting is. There is no clear-cut thing as far as betting goes. That's almost an oxymoron if you're going to go there. Karate Mark is on the cell. He was at the game last night. Mark, what's going on, my friend?
What a night. What a night.
Yeah, good one?
The vibe in there was incredible. I was telling your producer, 50 minutes before each game is usually when Joel comes out at that 50-minute mark. If anybody doesn't know and you ever want to see Joel warm up, he always walks out at that 50 mark. Everybody got the tweets from Woj. Everybody was getting personal calls. The vibe was there. Everybody knew it was happening. The arena was halfway full an hour before the game. Big man walks out. You know the win is coming. You know it's coming. You felt it from the beginning. And then we played 3 quarters of sloppy ball. And then we played hard defense. Oubre, Joe, they shined. They're giving us hope. Until further ado, I'm calling him Joey Jesus. He came back for us on Easter, and he's given us hope. I don't know what the expectations are for the rest of the season. We could win a title. He's the best damn player in the league, and we got a bunch of shooters on the team. We could win a title. Do I think we're going to? Probably not. But what I am excited about, big man is back. No doubt about it.
And that's the way you have to look at these seasons, right, Mark? You can go back and say, oh, yeah, they haven't gotten out of the second round in 3, 4, 5 years. I look at every season as its own individual entity, and that you just don't know. And, yeah, maybe they do lose again. But I'm not going to not watch it because of anticipation of what happened in years past.
And, Bob, I've been saying this all season. We've had so much addition from subtraction. And I mean subtraction by attitude, by desire to shoot the ball. Me and you have joked before, I think Kelly Oubre thinks he's Kobe. He's not, but I think he is, and I'm okay with that.
Exactly.
I love that attitude on the court. Give me the ball. I want to shoot it. We got a bunch of shooters on the floor that aren't scared to shoot. Now, I'm going to keep it real. Saw hesitation last night. Last night with big man back, we've had a bunch of free shooters the past 8 weeks. Now they kind of hesitated. Do I give the ball to Joe? Do I shoot right away? And that led to hesitation. You can't hesitate in the NBA.
Totally agree. And you hit it on the head once again, Mark. You have a feel when you're down there. You know what's going on. Love when you check into the show. Appreciate you.
You guys are the best. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Much appreciated. There was a feeling down there last night. And, Ray, you said you felt it. Mark's down there all the time. It's different when that dude's on the court. And I like what Mark said, that Kelly Oubre, although he has this mentality of, here we go, nothing really seems to bother him, he was a little hesitant, according to Mark last night. I brought up Kyle Lowry to Tom McGinnis, who said, yeah, he was just kind of feeling things out because he'd never played with him before. Can you imagine what it's going to be like when these guys get used to playing with him? And look, this isn't rocket science. It's basketball. It's not going to take that long. I really don't think so, especially when you have a guy that's that good and is so easy to play with. I don't think it's going to take long, Ray.
No, I don't think it's going to take long at all. I mean, the number of guys have said, oh, it's so easy to play alongside him. And there's a reason why it's that easy. He's going to attract that attention. They're going to realize when to feed him the ball, when it's your opportunity to take it. Like, that hesitation's going to stop because you've played with him. You understand the situation. Tobias Harris, for as much as, I could bellyache and talk about Tobias Harris, last night, you could tell who had played with Embiid before. He understood immediately when Embiid was back on the floor, this is my shot. This is when it's time for me to take the basketball. And you said earlier about you'd love for him to have the aggression of Kelly Oubre. Early on in that game, Tobias Harris was the guy firing away because he was getting the basketball. He realized he had a little bit of space from what they were doing to cover Embiid and try and stop him, and he took advantage of it. And that's the aggressiveness that you look from him. But also, once that translates to all the guys that have hardly played or not at all played with Embiid, that's a scary team.
It is. It is. Can't wait for it. I think last night just upped the hype even more because you didn't know what to expect. He could have come out. They could have got blown out. He could have got in his 22 minutes of work, and you come away like, okay, we'll see. But no, last night was different.
They could have rolled over. They could have rolled over when they tied it 83-83, and then the Thunder go on a run.
10-0 run or something like that.
Yeah, you could have just said, packed it in. Well, that's it, Not our night. Embiid's coming back. We're going to get them at some point. They did not. Embiid certainly did not, and that team didn't. And Paul Reed had some nice plays down the stretch, too.
Paul Reed played really well, and maybe you just slot him into that backup, and maybe he's found himself better at that spot than he was earlier in the season because of all the experience he's gotten during this time of Joel Embiid being out. So many different things. Joe in Bethlehem, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on, Joe?
Not much. How are you guys doing this afternoon?
Doing good, thank you.
So, I'm sorry. I am fired up about this team.
Don't be sorry.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just want to rant real quick. I'm so in on the Sixers. This is the best team that we've ever had surrounding Joel Embiid. Not necessarily starting five-wise, but this is the deepest team, not only that just we've had, but the deepest team in the NBA currently. When you're going into playoff mode, getting a healthy Joel Embiid back, the space starts to work so much better with everybody else. We have these lethal shooters, guys like Buddy Hield, Kelly Oubre, Campaign, being able to potentially come off the bench between the mix and match, however that gets figured out minute-wise coming down the stretch here. I really don't see a team getting in our way other than, Boston, the big bad Boston up there, who has kind of been our dark cloud over us. But they have the best starting five in the NBA. We have the deepest team in the NBA and the best player in the world. I really see it happening this year. I'm all in on the Sixers, and my line is plus 3,000.
Oh, what's that? The betting line on the Sixers to win the NBA championship?
Sixers to win the finals. Yes, sir. It's happening. I'm bought in. I already punched my ticket for that. And it's coming. It's coming, Bob. I'm telling you.
I'll tell you what, Joe. You got to hold on so we can get your information. Ray, that's a pretty good one. Plus 3,000
That's
is
a great line.
That is great. Oh, man, that might be hard to beat. All right, you have one, though. Ray Dunn has his line of the night.
I do have my line of the night, and this one comes shockingly, of course, from baseball. I don't know if you've checked out anything of what the Rockies have done so far this season.
Yeah, they've gotten outscored 100-2.
It's not going to be pretty, and it's not been pretty for Kyle Freeland. Last night goes 3 1/3, allows 7 earned runs. You say, wow, what an awful start. That is a terrible start. Well, it was better than his first one because in a game where he goes 3 1/3 and allows 7 earned, his ERA went down. His first start, he went 2 1/3, allowed 10 earned. So his ERA has dropped after that start. It went from 38.57 after his first start, now down to 27.
Wow.
Not great.
No, not great. You know what was great, Ray? How about the viewership for the Iowa-LSU game the other night? Just to give it to you real quick, 12.3 million people watched that game the other night. It's the largest audience for a women's game ever. It also outdrew, get this, there was 5 games in the NBA Finals. It outdrew 4 of them. It also outdrew the World Series clincher from last year. So just some numbers to put out there, the popularity of Caitlin Clark, women's college basketball, all of that on full display the other night. All right, when we get back, we're going to reset everything, talk about Sixers, talk about Phillies, what a great night it was for the two of them. But also, I do want to dip into a little bit to the Hassan Reddick situation because there was somebody that's a regular on the morning show that made me feel a little bit better this morning. I'll tell you why when we get back. Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Harper and Embiid are both back. Different ways, but great results all around. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by AAA Car Care. Save $70 on select sets of 4 Nokian tires now through April 15th only at AAA Car Care.
Afternoon. We thank you for joining us on such a great sports day. We want to tell you that the 11 o'clock hour, it was brought to you by Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Also, something I wanted to bring up, I failed to yesterday. Yesterday was National Autism Day. For all of those of you who are affected by autism, have someone in the family, know a friend, all of that stuff. This is National Autism Acceptance Month. So just be aware. That's all I ask. It's kind of been mine and my wife's journey since we had our son Tommy diagnosed so many years ago. Tommy's now 27, so he's diagnosed right around 18 months old. Just be aware. Just know that this is a problem that has grown and grown and grown, and there's many families that might need help out there. Your acceptance, your awareness, any help that you can lend. It would be greatly appreciated by those who need it. We've been so lucky during our lifetime, during our time with our son, that we've had that from friends, from family, from everyone. So it's just, if you can lend a hand by not knowing, just helping out, that's great. April is National Autism Acceptance Month. So for all you out there that are in the same boat or just are aware of somebody, we're all in it together. Great that everybody is accepting of it, and just learn more about it, because if you learn a little bit more about it, maybe there's a little bit more ways that you can help. We know the Eagles do a great job with it also. So I just wanted to make that aware to a bunch of you out there. Resetting the show. Man, what a great sports night. Bryce Harper goes for 3 home runs, 6 RBI, a grand slam. Phillies win 9-4. The great story is you have a guy up in Rochester, New York in the afternoon, all right? And they send down Connor Brogdon, and he's, probably pretty much done here. So you have a guy in Ricardo Pinto who is up in Rochester, New York. Rob Thompson explains, yeah, we couldn't get a plane, couldn't get him, to fly down here, but we needed him for tonight because he might have to eat up some innings because you did have Turnbull going. Spencer Turnbull was going, so you might need somebody to eat some innings. They bring him down, traffic jam, in the car for like 4 hours, something like that. Gets here in the 4th inning. Rob Thompson says he goes down somewhere and throws in a hallway, at the cages, something like that. And boom, go pitch 4 innings, and he does. Gives up 2 late earned runs. Great story on top of the Bryce Harper 3 home runs. Just a great night. You were able to hold on to your bullpen after them being used quite a bit lately. Zach Wheeler is supposed to go today in a game that was moved to 4 o'clock. If it is played, you assume Zach Wheeler is going to eat some innings. If it isn't played, then that means you have off today. You have off tomorrow. So the bullpen should be fully rested going into Washington for a weekend series against the Nationals. Of course, the big story, and it's hard to say that a 3 home run, grand slam, 6 RBI night is outdone, but it may just have been, as Joel Embiid returns for your Philadelphia 76ers. 29 minutes, does just unbelievable Joel Embiid things with the 24 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals. Looked good, got better as the night went on. Tom McGinnis had a great observation talking about it's also the defensive side that you can't overlook. And he was very good defensively. And rim protection, early on I thought it was okay. As expected. I thought it was just okay. I thought it would get worse as the game went on. I thought he would get more tired and all. But he didn't. He seemed to find, okay, we know he was tired. He knows he was tired. But he seemed to kind of find something as the game went on and finished strong. Hit a big bucket to tie the game at 101 on a typical Joel Embiid play. Pick and roll, gets the pass back, 17-footer, boom, nothing but net. The finesse game, as I said earlier, was kind of all there for Joel Embiid last night, which you would expect. The 15 to 17-foot jump shots, getting to the foul line, going 12 for 12 from the foul line last night, which is finesse stuff that you can practice when you do maybe have a bad knee or whatever. So that was all there. There was 6 turnovers. Tom brought up that his passing was good. At times it was. It was really good. He saw what he where he had to get the ball, but he also threw some balls away. The strip was there a lot on him last night, and that's just a feel thing. That's just a rust thing. That's not a big deal at all, in my opinion. Kelly Oubre goes for 25 points. I just thought it was a really good effort by the Sixers because Oklahoma City's a really good team. Yes, they were missing their top 2 players in SGA and Williams. Top 2 scorers weren't there, but you didn't have Tyrese Maxey, the Sixers didn't. You're playing a game with Joel Embiid at way less than 100% in a game where he's teaming up for the first time with 3 different players and with Kelly Oubre, who he's only played 20-some games with. And I just thought it was a lot of fun to watch last night. Great stuff from him. Matt Breen's going to join us at 1 o'clock. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But Ray was down there last night. He took it all in. This is what I wanted to ask you, Ray, about last night. When our friend Matt Cord introduced Joel Embiid and the process and all that, what was the reaction like in the building?
Oh, it was raucous. I mean, it was people getting fired up just to see him one more time. And you felt the anticipation of it, too. You felt, and I don't know if it was Matt Cord properly reading the moment of letting the Harris echo quickly die down to give like a half a second for everyone to realize what was about to happen. And then you got the Embiid introduction, and everyone lost their mind. It was awesome. And I think it was Karate Mark that actually mentioned, or might have been Tom McGinnis talking. It was Tom McGinnis talking about him walking through the tunnel and walking through the arena. And you know how they do like the 5 songs, the pregame playlist? They had perfectly got it to fade in at an opportune time for him to walk out from the arena, or walk out from the tunnel into the arena, just as that last song was getting to a solid place to hype you up for him. And he came walking through, and you felt, again, so early. I haven't felt that energy before a game, and then again at the end of the game, in a while down there.
Does he not have a flair for the dramatic?
Oh, he does.
I mean, and I like it. I'm not putting him down at all. We've seen it at times when he gets hurt, how he continuously goes, to the injury and maybe hypes it up a little bit more. But he has a flair for the dramatic, and no more so than what you just talked about, Ray. I brought up an example last night where he went to the floor and was at a tired point, and for some reason, spun himself while he was on the floor, laying on the floor, spun himself around so that he was face-to-face with the TNT camera, and then laid there and breathed heavy and rolled his eyes like, oh, my God, I'm so tired. Teammates come to help him up. You got to wait a minute, I'm not ready to get up. Okay, now I'll get up. The guy just has it, and that's pretty cool. So I put it to you earlier, Ray. You think him playing tomorrow night against Miami is only a 25% chance?
Yeah, I really don't think they're pushing this.
Okay.
You got him against the Thunder, so you gave yourself a longer runway to get him 4 games in. Like, I think 4 games was kind of the 4 or 5. I think with 7 games left, expecting 5 is very, very optimistic. So I'd put my line at 4. I would say off against the Heat. Then you get 1 over the weekend. And then out of those last 3, he plays 2 of them. So that's how I break that down to get to my 4. I just don't think it happens at Miami Thursday night. And it would also complete a season where the Heat and 76ers play, and we don't see Butler and Embiid match up once.
Okay. All right. I like it. All right. I want to dip into this Hassan Reddick thing a little bit now because I haven't really dove into it all that much. I was the one last week and the weeks prior that was saying, Howie's going to figure it out. Somehow Howie Roseman's going to bring Hassan Reddick back because I thought it was egregious that they weren't going to do it. They trade him over the weekend to the Jets for a 3rd round, what could become a 2nd round pick, and it's still a lot of people saying it's egregious. I agreed. I thought Howie talking about fastballs coming in off of the edges, and that's what you want. I thought, okay, he's going to figure this out. Somehow, Hassan Reddick's going to be back here. And even though you brought in Bryce Huff, he's building an edge unit that's going to be really, really good again. So here's what Hassan Reddick had to say about this whole business situation when he met the media up in the New York area.
As far as the Eagles go, though, it wasn't about what left in the tank or anything like that. It's a business, and sometimes hard decisions got to be made, even if you don't like them.
Okay. I was agreeing with that. Yeah, it does. Did they make a good business decision? I don't know. I don't think that they did. I'd rather, much like everybody, have Hassan Reddick here, but that's not the point. The point is that he was going to be $20+ million against the cap. So that's the business decision. My point was, if there's anything that Howie Roseman does phenomenally well, it's magically get rid of money. figure out what's going on with money. I thought Howie was going to get out the long black hat and the wand and stir it and say, boom, guess what? Hassan's here, and he hardly counts anything against the cap, and you have Huff, and you have Sweat, and so on and so forth. That didn't happen. So this morning on Kincade and Salciunas, they had their Wednesday guest of Adam Schefter on from ESPN, who covers the NFL. And Adam Schefter had this to say about what happened with Hassan Reddick. And
the cap is such that you got to make tough choices. Not everything is going to be easy. There's some moves you have to make that you're going to be uncomfortable with in any year. And this is a move that you don't love to make, but you understand the logic behind it, and you move forward. And in my mind, they made the best of it. Yes, in a perfect world, you want to keep Hassan Reddick. Absolutely. But it just wasn't the world they were operating in because they didn't want to have to go pay another player over 30. Like, they paid Landon Dickerson. They paid Bryce Huff. They paid Saquon Barkley. They paid guys, right? And not only that, but at some point in time, you have to pay Devonta Smith. You just can't do it with everybody. And so they chose not to pay a guy that's over 30 right now.
Kind of made me feel better, Ray. They got a younger edge rusher who they think is going to maybe has the possibility to be as good as Hassan Reddick, ? They restructured Josh Sweat so that he's happy for the final year that he's going to be here. I guess there's a feeling that Nolan Smith is going to be a lot better than he was last year, or they're going to use him in a way that they didn't last year. Like Shefty put it out there in a way of, and tell me if you disagree with this, in a way of, yo, Philly, what are you looking at? You got younger? You got less expensive? You got rid of a whole lot of money with the guy that has potential to be as good as the guy you got rid of, who's 4 years younger. What are you talking about? That's how I took Shefty kind of being towards Philadelphia. A, did you take it that way, Ray? And B, did Shefty make you feel better?
No, he did not make me feel better in the slightest. I mean, this is an Eagles spin on this one. That's like that.
Adam Schefter.
That to me, well, hey, listen, and I'm not saying it's Schefter and the Eagles talking through, but that's an Eagles spin on that. Oh yeah, well you got Huff, who has the chance to be Reddick, or you got Nolan Smith, who has the chance to be Reddick. You know who is Reddick? Hassan Reddick. And you know who's not 30 yet? Hassan Reddick.
Okay, I'll play devil's advocate. It's not how the Eagles look at it. Let's say that's how the business looks at it. Let's say how a business specialist would look at it. Sure, I'm always going to take potential, younger, and cheaper over older, more expensive, and perhaps wearing down.
You know what was potential, younger, and cheaper last year for the Philadelphia Eagles? The linebacker position, the safety position. You know how those turned out for you? Well, we spent this entire offseason already trying to theorize how they get better. And you know what they ended up doing? The guy that we said, hey, go spend the money to keep around, they actually went and got him back because they realized the mistake that they made in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. With Hassan Reddick, I don't know how it's going to work out in New York with him. I don't know if he's going to get the extension. I don't know if he's going to be there a long time. But wouldn't it be crazy if a year from now we're talking about, wow, that pass rush didn't look the same. You know what? Josh Sweat, who didn't look like he could handle being a guy who gets that number of snaps in a season the year before, he didn't get that many. He got that many again this year, and he didn't handle it well again. Bryce Huff, who we were worried about being just a rotational guy, asked to do more. He didn't do more. Nolan Smith, who we thought, hey, someday has the potential to be Hassan Reddick. Well, it turns out it takes a lot to be Hassan Reddick. You know who would be great to have back here? We'll be talking about it next year, and they wouldn't do it because at that point he will be 30 years old. And whoa, man, don't even think about a 30-year-old. Hassan Reddick. That to me, that whole idea of, well, they got younger, they got cheaper, did they get better? No.
Yeah, and somebody said that this morning. I think maybe it was Jeff McClain who talked about it this morning. Like, no, they're not better now than they were before, and that's the reality of it on paper. I don't think you can compare. It's much like I talked about before. I'm not going to not watch a Sixers playoff run with the thought in my head was, oh, they always lose in the second round anyway. What difference does it make? No, every year is a different entity to me. I can't compare the safety linebacker positions of not paying guys and all that stuff. I'm not going to compare it to a Hassan Reddick because you're talking about individuals also. I agree with that. I think it's egregious they didn't bring him back. So let me just say that. But I'm trying to look at the devil's advocate side of it in that No, I can't compare. And maybe, just maybe, what Shefty said, maybe that comes true, and it's the perfect business decision.
Maybe it does come true. We make business decisions or football decisions. Football decision here is Hassan Reddick's the better player. And again, you want to talk about what they like money wise? I think they saved what, $1.5 million against the cap. This isn't like a wild, great venture that ends up saving them a ton of money, and now it's going to go be reinvested somewhere in the short term. The cap hit this year was $21 million for him. Had you been able to work that down in an extension, maybe we're talking about something else.
That's what I thought was going to happen, too. And I said that to you over and over. And when everybody was saying, no, he's gone, and they were right, I was the idiot that was here saying, no, wait a minute. I'm holding out hope that Howie can restructure, that this money, poof, will go away. But Hassan Reddick will be happy. I saw some things on Twitter today saying, people, why can't you just realize it's this simple? He wanted more money. The Eagles weren't willing to get it. They got somebody cheaper. Goodbye. That's it. Boom. Okay, that's the KISS mentality of it. Keep it simple, stupid. That's what it is. I still don't like it. I still think it's not going to be a good move. I don't trust Bryce Huff right now. I watched. Look, as soon as they got him, I watched the highlights, and of course that's what they are, highlights. He is awfully fast off the edge. He lines up very, very wide and gets a really good start and is really good at beating mostly left tackles off of that side, whether it's a fake step outside and going inside or just going full speed around the edge and then coming up on a quarterback. But, yeah, I mean, they lost their best defensive player, and that's what it is. Now, here's something interesting. You said that Adam Schefter, he's speaking for the Eagles. Do you notice how he said the wide receiver, the guy that they drafted out of Alabama, do you notice how he said his first name?
I did not.
Okay, we call him Devontae Smith, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you listen to the way Schefter says it, and I want to find, and we'll do this practice for tomorrow, I want to find how Howie Roseman says wide receiver Smith's first name. Adam Schefter says Devonta.
Huh.
I wonder if Howie Roseman says it that way, too, because if he does, then I have a feeling they had recent conversation talking about the extension of what's going on and all of that stuff. So that's just a little, investigative reporter in me, Ray. I could be wrong. I could be full of you-know-what. Okay, when we get back, I want to talk to you more about what's going on in the Philly sports scene because it is so good. Also, don't forget how you can win 2 pairs of tickets to go to next week's Sixers Orlando Magic game. Call in, give us your sports thought of what's going on here in Philly, and then finish it with your line of the night, your line of the day. We've had a lot of great ones so far. We're going to pick one, the best one, at the end of the day. Whoever gives us the best line of the night. It could be a stat line. It could be a line that somebody said. Whatever you want to do, give us that, and we will pick the best one for a pair of tickets to next week's Sixers Orlando Magic game. This is Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A great night in Philly. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Family & Company Jewelers. Save
12:30 here on this Wednesday afternoon. Maybe, just maybe, Phillies baseball in 3.5 hours. Zach Wheeler set to take the mound today for your Philadelphia Phillies as they look for another win after last night's unbelievable game by Bryce Harper. Brandon Marsh with another home run, his second of the season. Both to the opposite field, both Oppo-Boppos. Gotta like that. Also have to tell you about the Fanatic deal of the week. Bonesaw Brewing Company. Save this week with the Fanatic deal of the week because you can get a $50 Bonesaw Brewing Company voucher for half price. That's right, for just $25. The voucher is valid at either Bonesaw Deptford Pilot House or Bonesaw Glassboro. Get the exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com. Keyword deal. Deal. I've been to Bonesaw Glassboro a few times. Great, great place. Really like it. Make sure you check those places out, and you can get a fine deal, 975thefanatic.com. All right, let's get back to it. We're talking about great, great night in Philadelphia sports. Matt Breen is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Tom McGinnis, we talked to earlier about how great it was calling that game last night with Joel Embiid coming back. The observations that he had were spectacular. It's I don't know if there could have been a better script written for Embiid coming back. And yes, part of that script is that the Oklahoma City Thunder were missing their two top scorers because you wanted to win that game last night. They had a struggle to win it. Joel Embiid, Nick Nurse, I'm not kidding you when I say I got to take my hat off to him. The way he orchestrated the 29 minutes that Joel Embiid played last night, I thought were wonderful. You can script it, and this has been done in the past, and I hated it because I didn't think it lent to the flow of the game. You can script it like 4 minutes here, 4 minutes there. I'm going to do 5 minutes here, 3 minutes there, and that's been done before. And whenever you plan anything out before a game goes, to me it always seemed choppy. Last night, yes, Nick Nurse probably had a plan in his mind, but he also laid that plan out during the course of how the game was going. And he starts out Embiid with like 11 minutes in the fourth quarter, I think he put him in. And you're thinking, what's going on here? How's this going to play out? What if they get behind while he's in there? Whatever. Played it perfectly. Played him until about the 6-minute mark. Took him out. Took him out for just a couple of minutes. Put him back in for the final stretch run. Embiid gets a basket to tie it at 101. Embiid plays a big, big part of helping win that game 109-105 over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Couldn't have played out any better. And then across the street, you have Bryce Harper in the mist that it was. It was funny listening to the guys talk last night at the game. They were saying, like, we're looking up at the lights and we can barely see them. That's how bad the mist was at the Phillies game last night. So you thought it might be one of those just sloppy. Well, Bryce Harper was seeing the ball pretty well to the tune of 3 home runs, 6 RBIs, including a grand slam. So thought it was all a good night. And what we've put on top of that is let us know what you thought about the night. But also, let us know what your line of the night was or the line of the day today was. Because if you can give it to us and we deem it to be the best, you will win 2 tickets to next week's Sixers-Orlando Magic game at the Wells Fargo Center. We have a lot of great ones so far. There's probably a lot of great ones still to be had. So check in with us. Let us know what your thoughts are on the sporting world, and let us know what your line of the day is. Andy in Lambertville, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on, Andy?
Hey, good afternoon, Ray. Good afternoon, Bobby Basketball.
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Night. Oh, great night last night. You just summed it up there right after break. Harper, I mean, hey, he finally got a couple hits, huh?
Yeah, you know, if you're going to break out of a slump, that's not a bad way to do it, right, Andy?
Yeah, that's one way to do it. I wanted to talk about the Sixers, though. I was so pumped last night's game, seeing Joe back on the floor. So excited to see these last, 6 more regular season. And I think it's really important. I know a lot of people are saying, well, there might not be time for him to gel with the team and get in a game shape and this and that. But I think there is time, and I'm really looking forward to this late season playoff push and maybe a possible playoff run. It's interesting to note that Nick Nurse, when they won with Toronto with Kawhi and them, he didn't have a full team. They only had played together for very limited minutes, actually less than what will be available to Joel.
56 minutes is what Nick Nurse told me when I sat down with him a couple of weeks ago. 56
That's right.
minutes.
That's where I heard it. It was through your interview, yes. And so I'm not worried about it. I think that, I think his legs could be fresh. You never know. It's basketball. You never know, right?
Yeah, that's the concern. How fresh can his legs get? I'm okay with it. He went 29 minutes last night, and you know what impressed me, Andy, was he was better at the end than he was at the beginning. And he fought through it.
I noticed that as well, and I didn't think he was going to play 29 last night. I thought they were going to ease him back in. I mean, 29, he usually plays more, but yeah, that was a great debut as far as I'm concerned.
Totally agree. All right, what's your line of the day that you can give us for a chance to win Sixers tickets next week against the Orlando Magic?
Well, there's so many good ones already on the show today, but Tom McGinnis had me fired up today during his appearance on your show, and one of the things that he said was Nick Nurse has won championships wherever he goes, G League, Great Britain, NBA, and he's going to take us to the promised land.
I got to tell you, Andy, it raised my eyebrows when he said it. I'm glad you brought it up. We'll put you on hold so we can get your information for you. Yeah, Tom McGinnis came on this show. And look, I know what some of the reaction might be. Well, he works for the Sixers. I've been around Tom McGinnis an awful lot. Those aren't words that just come out of his mouth. He's not the praiseworthy. Yeah, Tom does work for the Sixers. I've never heard him say that about a coach. This is the guy that's going to take you to the promised land. Big words. Great line. Andy, good pickup by you. Ray, if people were behind the scenes here and could have seen us, he said it. I'm looking down at my piece of paper listening to him. He said it. You and I, our heads immediately looked at each other. Did he just say that? That's a lot of confidence to have in a head coach.
A lot of confidence. I'd love to see the YouTube replay on the two of us looking at one another when he said that, because my ears perked up. I was standing at that point. I took a step back. Did he really just say that? He's going to take him to the promised land? That's a lot of faith. A lot of faith. Hey, listen, I love Nick Nurse. This was, I was pining for Nick Nurse as the head coach as soon as Doc Rivers was out the door and Nurse became available. That's a lot to say about a guy that we haven't really seen with the full group yet. That's just faith in what you see day to day, that, wow, this guy's got a lot working up there that he's going to be able to iron out with this team. And I have the faith. We talked about trust the other day with, it being April Fool's Day and the trust issues, the whole conversation. That's a lot of trust for Tom McGinnis to place on one Nick Nurse.
So it was either last night. It was last night. I was texting with one of my people in the NBA, and we were going back and forth about something else. We were going back and forth, actually, about Joel Embiid and what a difference he makes. And his line that I've said before is that, my God, he just makes the game look so easy. This is a guy that's been around the NBA close up, through the likes of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, like all of those guys. Can't say enough how easy Joel Embiid makes this game look. So I said to him, I go, hey, league thought on Nick Nurse. And he sent back league thought, and I said, no, your thoughts. Let's put it to you. He said, unbelievably coach, so well respected. Everyone knows how good of a coach this guy is. Now, this is a league guy that I have, source that I have, that he's not effusive in his praise. It's not this is big for him to say. And then his next line was, spends a little bit too much energy talking to the referees, though. I think we see that, and, that's okay. He's trying to work that. He gets to it a lot. I'm not big, and it's funny, and Daniel, the head coach of Oklahoma City, he then said to me, guy doesn't say a word to the rest, is so tuned into his team, that's all it cares. I'm not saying that Daniel's right, Nurse is right, or wrong. It doesn't matter. That's their personalities. That's who they are. All I gleaned out of all that was that this guy, a bigwig in the NBA, thinks that Nick Nurse is one hell of a coach. So, Tom McGinnis, he's bringing us to the promised land, according to Tom. Rodney in East Market has a different look on this that many might not like. Rodney, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you feeling?
I mean, I can't complain when it comes to, Philly sports. It was a great night for, the Phillies and the Sixers. So,
I'm feeling a big old butt.
That's, the positive that I can give you. But, I'm going to just say this, man. I'm just praying. that we didn't bring back Embiid early. That's my only concern about this. That's
Well,
my only.
what makes you think that?
Him wearing the knee brace concerns me. Now I know that he probably will have to wear the knee brace for now on this season, but him having to wear the knee brace kind of concerns me.
Well, I think anybody coming back from a surgery like that would probably have something on there. Now, let's not forget, also, it's the second time he's had meniscus surgery on that knee. So there's a real good probability, Rodney, that not only is he going to wear it this year, he might wear it for the rest of his career.
Yeah, and I will say that Nick Nurse, of how he uses minutes, I think he needs to do that. Like, I think that's best for Embiid as far as, like, how he, like, plug him in and out of the, during the games. I think if he does that, then I feel more comfortable. I think, like 30 minutes is, like, a good, now I know, like, in the playoffs, he going to have to play more, but I think if he does that, that kind of makes me be like, okay, he would have, have enough, time to like recharge, and then when it's crunch time, he'd be ready to go. I think playing him like a full quarter will kind of burn him out.
Yeah, maybe, and thanks for the call, Rodney. I think that's what you're building up to. I think you're looking to get back to what your original plan was if you're Nick Nurse, and how you used Joel Embiid, and how they did it at the beginning of the season was he went full for first quarter, 12 full minutes. Embiid knew it. He was ready for it, played it out. I liked it because I thought in years past when Embiid knew he was coming out at the 7 or 8 minute mark, that last minute or two, he's just kind of looking, all right, am I coming out? I like him playing that full first quarter. What Nick Nurse would do was then start the second quarter with him on the bench and would go to maybe the 6 or 7 minute mark, maybe even the 6 minute mark, and then put Joel Embiid into the game. So there's your 18 minutes there. And then same thing with the second half, full third quarter, and then take a look at it in the fourth quarter. And that's why Embiid was so able so many times to sit that whole fourth quarter, because they built a big enough lead. I think it was, what did Tom say, 12 times, 13 times he didn't play the fourth quarter?
Yeah, 11 or 12 times.
Yeah, something like that. So I like Nick Nurse's rotation with Joel Embiid and the way he uses them. Rodney, you're right. It's going to get amped up in the playoffs, but if that's your model, I think you're building up to it. I think we'll know when Nick Nurse is happy with his conditioning when Joel Embiid goes those first 12 minutes. All right, a lot more to talk about. Let's continue with all this stuff. Don't forget, we have line of the day. Let me know your stat line, your said line, whatever it may be, for a chance to win Sixers tickets next week against the Orlando Magic. This is Middays. Bob Cooney, 97.5, The Fanatic.
The best show ever. Opinion and conversation on Philly's hot sports topics. Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Batalico, and Jennifer Scordo. This afternoon at 2. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey, it's my time of the year. Baseball's back, plus the college basketball tournament, golf. Download the only app I use myself that I ever recommend, the Bet Park Sportsbook Casino app. Official app of my 4for4 universe. Join me now. Get in on the tournament action. Bet Fighting's baseball. Plus, play blackjack and roulette with a live dealer on your phone and exciting online slots. Live bet the tournament while you watch the action. Parlays, teasers, over-unders, bet player performances in baseball. You users make your first winning $10 sports bet and get $125 in sportsbook bonus back. BetParks.com has terms and conditions. Got to be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Ohio, Maryland. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Join the cousins. Start playing today with the BetParks Sportsbook and Casino app. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey,
Roaming the hallways. Just came in a little bit ago, and I said, what's it like outside? He said, oh, it's still miserable. I haven't looked outside. I guess we haven't gotten word on the Phillies. Are they still planning on going? 4 o'clock game. I thought I saw last night when they announced that they were changing the game to 4 o'clock that the parking lots would open or whatever at 12:30. I hope to God it's not a case where people are going down paying and they call the game later on. So we haven't heard anything. You haven't seen anything on that yet, have you, Ray? Because I have not noticed on Twitter at all, but I haven't been on all that much, to tell you the truth. So
No, I've got the my email open, waiting for any sort of PR release about that. So if anything does change during the program, be sure to let you know.
Program?
Program.
Are we the program now?
The program.
Program sounds like a word that old-timers used to say program.
Yeah.
Like
I bought the program at the ballpark.
You have an older grandmother and 2 other grandparents?
Yes.
Okay. Do they use any like words or phrases that you're like, wow, what an old person's phrase?
None stick out to me. The clicker, that one sticks out. Yeah, that one has been used a couple of times. And honestly, the oldest thing I've heard was actually earlier this week on these airwaves when Andrew referred to it as the wash and not laundry.
See, I brought it up to my wife yesterday. This very question. I say wash. If I have a pile there, I say, oh, I got to go do my wash. Guys, you and Connor were laundry. I think it was me, Haley, and maybe Brendan were wash. So my wife was like, Donna's like, no, laundry. It's laundry. It's laundry. I said, oh, okay. She said that. Ironically, not a half hour later, she said, does Jenna still have her stuff in the wash? Because I got to do some. I said, what did you say? And she said it again, not knowing what I was getting at. I said, you just said wash, although you said it's laundry.
No, you're doing your laundry. I can understand if you say it's in the wash.
No, I have.
It's short for washing machine.
Did Jenna do her wash?
Okay, well, that's different. Do her laundry. If you say it's still in the wash, that's just short for washing machine. Doing your laundry. I'm using laundry all day, every day. Okay, listen, I'm very much 21st century here. I'm with the
times. I gotta tell you, I'm wash. I'm total wash. If I look and I have a hamper next to my bed with my stuff only, if I look and it's full, I say I got to do wash.
No, I'm sorry.
You're official with yourself. I must do my laundry.
No, I gotta go do my laundry.
Nah, I'm a wash guy.
We act like this is me making a formal declaration.
I
write out a whole thing for my
sound like
my
you're
roommates.
dressed in a top hat and a tuxedo and say, I must do laundry.
I sign with the little signature on the dotted line. I get the little podium out for my roommates. I must do my laundry now.
I'm a simple man, Ray. Monosyllabic. I gave a eulogy at my friend's funeral a little over a year ago, right? And I was talking about, like, all of us high school friends. We're monosyllabic. You know my friends. It's Glenn, it's Rock, it's D, it's Duke, it's Nick. We don't go 2 syllables. We're not smart enough. Monosyllabic. It's got to be wash, can't be laundry.
Why, I'm Ray.
Not Raymond. That's right. Tyler in Westchester wants to talk about Joel Embiid. Tyler, what's going on? You're on the Fanatic.
How you doing today? And it's definitely laundry.
Yeah? How old are you, Tyler?
I'm 30.
All right, this isn't a generational thing, is it?
I don't know. It might be. I definitely think wash sounds a little old in my book.
Okay, fair enough. I think laundry sounds a little too, I don't know, uppity in my book. I'm a wash guy. But what do you got on Joel Embiid?
So I was going to say I'll start with my my line of the day, and it'll kind of lead into my call. So Joel, after the game, said last night, I want to come back. I think we got a chance. I think we got a chance is the line of the night. So
okay, I like it.
I don't think we're the overwhelming favorites by any means, but I think we got a chance. You look at the way Boston matches up with the Nuggets. We can play a very similar type of basketball as the Nuggets have and give them all sorts of fits, especially with the new guys around Embiid. You got Buddy Hield, a big-time shooter when he's hot, and I think the way Embiid's really come into that playmaking atmosphere, I think is going to really make us dangerous. I think a lot of people have kind of written us off, and hey, it might be the time where we got a chance.
Tyler, great call. Let me ask you this real quick. Being that it's always been a second-round thing, oh, my God, are you kind of okay if the Sixers get Boston maybe in the first round?
I'd be okay with it, especially this year. I do think this is a type of year where As much as I think we have a chance, this is kind of a flyer year. No, like I said, nobody gave us a chance. Even a lot of Philly fans probably haven't given us a chance. So I think it's one of those years where we kind of have nothing to lose, which sometimes is what you need. So if we get Boston, hey, if we get hot at the right time, take them out. Next thing you know, we're rolling with a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence. Next thing you know, shots are falling, and hey, you never know what happens. You saw what happened with the Heat last year.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, Tyler. Hold on, let us get your information. You're in line for Line of the Week. Chance to win the Sixers Orlando Magic tickets for next week. Mike and Delran, our man, the myth, the legend, wants to talk a little Bryce Harper. What's up, Mike?
Yo, what's up, Bob?
How you feeling, buddy?
Oh, man, I'm feeling good. Hey, and listen, I don't care if you call it laundry or wash. If you're a man and the first time you move in with your girl, if you don't screw the wash up the first time so she never asks you to do it again, you're really missing a good opportunity.
Mike, you're giving away secrets here, dude.
I'm trying to help the people. I haven't done laundry in 11 years.
I got one. I got one on this line. I cannot wrap presents.
Oh, me either.
Like, my wife's like, you can practice. You can figure it out. No, I refuse. It drives me crazy.
Every gift my wife got is bags.
Keep that between me and you, Mike. What do you got on Bryce Harper?
Oh, man, dude, so I told you before, right? I run a poker league on Tuesday nights, right? So we got 40 guys last night. We started at 7:30, right, watching the game. Bryce hits the first one, right? Everyone's like, all right, here we go, right? There we go. He hits the second one. Now everyone's like, oh, yeah, right? Break time while he's up to bat, right, with bases loaded. Nobody, usually everyone's outside. Everyone's surrounding that bar. Bob. And there had to be like 3 or 4 guys. I could hear him going, he's going to knock this one out of here. He's going to knock it out of here. And, man, dude, it was about as electric as you can get not being at the game. It was so awesome. And it's like, we have that. Like, we have that on our team. We have that on a lot of our teams. We have Embiid, right? We got players on the Eagles. It just got me thinking, like, we have – you could argue one of the top 3 or 4 players in the entire leagues on most of our teams. And it's just exciting, man. I hope he keeps rolling with it. I got Andrew's tickets from earlier today. I'm hoping the rain holds up. I'm going to take my 2 little kids up to that game today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. It's just awesome to be a Philly sports fan. Bob, you know that. Go Birds!
Absolutely. Mike, thanks so much. Much appreciated. Well, it's always a good time to be a Philly sports fan, but, yeah, it is a great time. And Kincade and Salciunas had a really good talk on this the other day about, is this the glory years? And I understand John saying, no, you haven't won a championship during these glory years. Talking to Andrew at 30 years old saying, I've never been around a better time than this, where every team is competing pretty much, and now the Flyers are growing into what they are, competing for a title in their sport almost every single year. Totally understand it. I mean, that's the greatest things about it. All right. We have Matt Breen coming up at 1 o'clock. Mitch, hold on a second. We'll get to you in a little bit. When we get back, we'll do that. We'll talk more about the Philly sports landscape. Also, I want to talk about John Tortorella a little bit because, you know, Ray, my day is not complete unless the intrigue of John Tortorella spews out of my mouth. That's right. Middays, Bob Cooney here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Our sports sanity has been saved. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment. Shop summitracing.com to keep your
Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at servicefirsthvac.com. Something very interesting just came up a little bit ago. It concerns a tweet from a friend of ours that was on the show yesterday, and it's pertaining to something that I said before we went to break that I wanted to talk about. So we'll get to that after we talk to our friend Matt Breen, who is joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Matt, how are you today, buddy?
I'm doing good, Bob. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Do me a favor. Give me a little synopsis, if you can, of stuff that you have cooking, going on for yourself that your lucky readers might be reading from you in the near future.
Well, today we had a story, and this is what I love about this job. Sometimes I go to bed last night, and I'm thinking, this is going to be like, no one's going to read this story tomorrow. Like, I'm excited to I was excited to write it. I enjoyed it, but it's like, no one's going to read it. It's like the egg on my face. And those are the stories that resonate, like I said before, because it's like, we're all kind of weird sports fans in our, we all kind of love sports the same way. So it was a story about the blue hats that the Phillies wore in 1994, and just this ridiculous protest that the players did, and connecting it now to how there's uniforms. There's a uniform every day of the week, it seems like, and on Friday they're going to unveil new uniforms. And it's just 30 years ago, they took their hats and they threw them in the trash, and they poured the food spread on top of it, and then they went on Jay Leno and put them in a wood chipper. And like, that was a thing. But now it's just like, all right, we have 7 different uniforms. We just wear them, and times have changed. So it was funny to talk to those guys. And then it's always nice to see that people are reading it and enjoying it. And that's the whole point of the job. We do this to entertain people. So when stories resonate, just like when segments resonate for you, that's why we do it.
And you never know. You just never know the reaction you're going to get. Hopefully, like someone like you who's doing general assignment stuff, and that you're coming up with your own stories all the time. You're hoping, but you just never know. But a great writer like you always gets a good readership, Matt, and we always love to read what you have to say. So we're going today is mainly off an unbelievable sports night here in Philadelphia last night. Now, we can't overdo it. It was the 5th game of the season for the Phillies. Bryce Harper finally gets his first hits. Just so happened to be 3 home runs, including a grand slam. Joel Embiid comes back, does what he does. A great night for the stars of this city. When you look at those two different things, Matt, how much does Embiid coming back to the Sixers, the way he did it last night, how much does that mean? And what does this mean for Harper moving forward in your mind?
Yeah, it was a great night. It was hard to keep track of both games going on at the same time. You were missing something when you were watching the other. But for Embiid first, he looked great. He'll get in better shape as he plays, obviously. But in limited minutes, to do what he was able to do and to take over a game, especially in the fourth quarter, that's Embiid. Like, that's enough for me to know that he's healthy. And I didn't think he was. I didn't think he was going to come back fully healthy. I didn't think he was going to even come back this early in the season. I thought it was going to be like maybe the last game of the regular season or the first game of the play-in. So to get him back now, now you can play yourself out of that play-in tournament and get a better seed in the playoffs. And just to know that going into the playoffs, like, even if you match up early in the first or second round with Boston, and which obviously you wouldn't have had to do if you had Embiid all season, but no matter what, you're going to have to go through Boston anyway. So if you get them in earlier in the playoffs than you would have if Embiid never got hurt, so be it, because I think Embiid, as long as he's in game shape and you can keep him healthy and he can give you, a full 35 to 40 minutes in the playoffs, then you're going to be fine. You're going to have a chance. Which a week ago I was really pessimistic on what Embiid, if he can come back, and how limited he would be when he came back. But last night was enough to see that he can move the needle. And then going over the Phillies, it's like you say you don't want. It's the 5th game of the season, so you take it for what it is, and that's true. But it's also a reminder of when Bryce Harper starts 0 for 11 or whatever in the first 4 games, it's like, take that for what it is too. Like that's like the season. It's like in the beginning of the Philly season, it's always tough to recalibrate our minds because you follow football and every game is so important. And then we jump into baseball and it's like opening day might as well be week one, but like opening day is like the first drive of week one. And same with Bryce Harper. He's going to have 4 games where he goes hitless throughout the course of the season. You'll find that happening again. But it's also a reminder that he can go and hit 3 home runs in the game. So it was just a good reminder for for Bryce to be patient with Bryce Harper through the course of the season, but also with the Phillies. Like they might win 7 out of 9, but then they also might get swept by the Cubs or swept by the Pirates. Like things happen. It's the baseball season, especially with the wild card the way it is. Like you need to kind of ride it out even more patient than you did before the wild card, because no matter what, most likely the team's going to end up in October.
Now, one thing that you're really good at writing about, Matt, and I wasn't great in my day, was business aspect of sports. I probably wasn't good at it because it didn't interest me all that much. But you had something this week, and I'll just read the headline on it. Phillies say more ads at Citizens Bank Park are linked to, quote, giant payroll, and that uniform sponsors are coming. What sponsor is coming? Tell us a little bit about the ins and outs of that.
Yeah, so I was at the game. I was as a ticket holder at the game on Friday opening day, sitting down the third base line, and I just could not get over, like, watching the game. There was nowhere to rest your eyes, I felt like, without an ad in your face. And I'm not someone that's, like, hates advertisements and, like, hates commercials and stuff. I just, like, it just was really jarring. Like, I'm not trying to complain or sound dramatic. It was
just noticeable.
There was just a lot of ads, and they got rid of the out-of-town scoreboard, and that's now 7 advertisements. It's really a vehicle for advertising. And the giant Fanavision they put in last year really is, if you look at it, it's really just, they made it really big, and it gave them more ad space. So there's just, and every year, if you look at the history of the ballpark, you look at pictures, every year, little by little, there's been more ads, which I totally understand. I just think this year, being there on opening day, like I said, it was really jarring. It seemed like they crossed, like, a line. So we hadn't wrote about the out-of-town scoreboard. So I was like, I think this needs to be addressed. But they got rid of this out-of-town scoreboard, and there's all these ads, and there's ads everywhere. So I called the Phillies, and Dave Buck, who is one of their, most high-ranking people in the organization, talked, and I was appreciative that he talked. And he understands where, like, that there's a fine line, is what he said, between obviously they need to raise money because they have this giant payroll, which they do to their credit, and they need to find ways to to match that, and that's through advertising, but it's also they have a multi-billion-dollar TV contract. They have sold out. They're going to beat last year's attendance record. What they did last year, they'll top that this year. Their season ticket base is growing. So, like, they're making money. Like, I just think they went a little too far with the advertising at the ballpark. And again, like, the out-of-town scoreboard, like, I'm not following the St. Louis Cardinals game in May, but it was just a nice, like, the ballpark and the stadiums in baseball compared to any other stadium are like part of the scene. They're part of it. They're not all the same. They're different. They have character traits. You talk about what your favorite ballpark is. Nobody asks you what your favorite hockey arena is. It's part of the game, and the out-of-town scoreboard was a character of Citizens Bank Park. It's what made it what it is. And to gut that, and not to reimagine it, but just to plaster 7 ads, I just thought was really, like, disappointing. And they missed an opportunity. But again, it's also the 5th game of the season. There's still time. They can fix it. They can still make it better than it is. I just thought it had to be written about what happened, and then also the uniform patch is just newsworthy. It's coming. It's coming this season. They hope they hope they would have done it last year. They couldn't find the right partner for that, but it will be there. So if you love ads, you will love the uniform patch when that comes out.
You're getting them. Here's hoping the new uniforms are able to hold those patches, with the see-through material and all that. But all right, last thing I'll leave you with. I got to tell you, there's not many times that I've tuned into a Phillies game and I'm sitting watching, and they have a guest in the booth. And last night, it's a guy named Kofi Kingston. And he's apparently a professional wrestler. I'm not going to lie. Back in the day, I dabbled. I was a dabbler into the WWE, but you've written a few stories. We have WrestleMania here this weekend. What does it all mean? What is it, for this city? What does it mean to have WrestleMania over a 2-day span at Lincoln Financial Field?
Well, I just got an interesting email. Literally, I was going to call this guy, but I was like, I have 7 minutes before I go on the air, so I wanted to wait, and I'm going to call him after this. But I got an email from someone that said, Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson are training today at a local wrestling school, which to me only means one thing. We kind of knew Kelsey was going to be at WrestleMania, but it sounds like Lane Johnson now will be there as well. So that's at least like for you, like you don't care about wrestling, but I'm sure maybe you might want to see those two if they get in the ring and they mix it up and they have a spot. But
it's not unusual, Matt. Like if you go back in the day, there was Karl Malone, Dennis Rodman. You had Mike Tyson joining in on it, Muhammad Ali. Like real athletes jumping into WWE action, it's not uncommon. So, no, I wouldn't be surprised if they're there.
WWE loves to attract celebrities from other fields because it just gives the attention that they don't normally get. So they that's what they want. They couldn't. Jason Kelsey is a huge celebrity, not just a football player. So to get him this weekend is a huge get for them. And Lane Johnson comes with him. They're playing in the Eagle Stadium. It makes perfect sense. But I've always enjoyed it. I get it is what it is. Not everybody loves it, but I think it's fun. And the fact that WrestleMania is at the link is really cool. Like I thought it would have came in 2026 when everything else comes. So I was surprised when it was coming this year. And it's going to be fun. I'll be down there covering it. I don't know what that means.
I was just going to say, are you going to be a media member down there?
Yes, a very serious journalist, capital J journalist this weekend. But it'll be fun. And then this week, my challenge is trying to find stories that, obviously, you can't cover it like you're covering the Eagles. So I tried to find stories that were interesting. And tomorrow, Friday, I have a story about The Rock, who spent his high school years in the Lehigh Valley, and he had this football coach, and this football coach changed his life, and it's because he gave him a chance when nobody else did, and it was really The Rock is emotional about this guy.
Oh, cool!
So I wanted to find out who this guy was. So he had died in 2006. So I talked to his widow and other guys that played with The Rock and played for him. So again, it's a story that it's not about the character of The Rock, but the people that locally have kind of helped him get to where he is.
It's one of the funnest part of your jobs is reaching out and finding these stories and then being able to write them. And, Matt, you do a great job doing it. Thanks again for joining us today. We'll talk to you again next Wednesday. Cool?
Thanks a lot, Bob. See you next Wednesday.
All right, you got it, Matt. Thank you very much. How about that? Matt going down to do a little WrestleMania as a journalist. I love it.
I love his I don't know exactly what that means, but looking forward to it. I mean, he's had, I think, already 2 pretty great WrestleMania stories out there about a little bit of Philadelphia's connection, and then I think actually might have 3. Teacher that became a wrestling star. Just rolling through the wrestling content this week. On top of course, the Phillies putting advertisements on everything.
Sure. And look, I understand the people that are like, WrestleMania, and wave their hands at it and all that. Understand. I do. Even if I like the sport, don't like the sport, or the entertainment, however you want to call it. But when something is going to draw 70,000 fans 2 days in a row, you have to acknowledge there's something there. And whether you like it or not, that's what it is. And that's what Matt Breen is going to write about and all the stuff that he just brought up. It's an event. It's a happening. It's going to bring millions of dollars probably to this city in revenue with everything that's going on. There's a story there. I am not one that shuts my ears off and says, blah, I hate that kind of stuff. No, I'll listen to it. I'll see what it's all about. I'll see all the people that are entertained and what it meant for this city, and that's the story that Matt's going to tell. Mitch in Phoenix has been holding on. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on, Mitch?
How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. How about you?
Not too good. I got this sciatica going on. I've been on my butt for like 6 weeks.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too. It's just really changed my lifestyle. But anyway, getting back to what you're talking about today, that WrestleMania thing is amazing. I would never believe they could sell out two events like that. That's an amazing story.
It's got a huge following, and just because of that, it's a story. It's a story and something you have to pay attention to in my eyes.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Last night, hats off to Embiid. I mean, he literally won that game because if he misses any foul shots at the end, who knows what could have happened. But I got to give him props. I really do. And as far as giving more props out, Kelly Oubre needs to be signed to a contract. That guy's been a stud for a couple of months.
You're not the first one to say that today, Mitch. That's how much people are on board with him. I agree with you. I mean, it's going to come down to money and how much he wants, and he deserves, obviously, a lot more than he got this year because they got him at a bargain basement deal. But, yeah, I'd love to see him fitting in with this team.
What's the deal with Melton? They don't even talk about much in regards to him even possibly coming back before this year is over. And as far as the injury is concerned, I didn't think it was that dramatic.
Well, it's a back injury, and unfortunately you can relate to that with your sciatica, and thanks, Mitch. It's a back injury that the scary part to me about it is it's something spinal is the way they describe it, and he has tried to come back from it, but when he did try to come back, he was immediately taken, back out off the floor again. So backs suck. And, Ray, I hope to God you never have to go through it, but I've had herniated discs in my lower back since I was about your age. Was the first time I went to Temple University to get it diagnosed. And just through the years, it is a pain in the butt. And, Mitch, we hope you feel better. And I don't know. I am not relying on DeAnthony Melton at all for the rest of the year because simply he's tried to come back, and it just doesn't seem to be working. Okay, I teased this earlier. I said I wanted to talk about John Tortorella right after I said it. Weird enough, my phone popped up with a text, about it, or a tweet, I should say. Our friend John Clark threw out a tweet about John Tortorella, and I will read it word for word. And we had John on yesterday. Love having him on as he, man about Philly, gets to everything. Here's what it says. John Tortorella says he was honest the other night and says he even is more concerned now after watching the tape. John says he has not been doing a good enough job to get the players to understand they have to be at a different level now these last games heading into the playoffs. He says he knows there is a narrative out there that eventually some players will quit on him. He says he is here to push the players. John says that they have the, quote, wrong damn coaches here, end quote, if they don't understand that. John says that number one most important thing is everybody being transparent. Interesting. Intriguing, some may say. You're getting down to the nitty-gritty on this, and John Tortorella is, I want to say going all in. He's being him. I don't know how you describe it, but he comes out the other night after the game and says, there's guys here that just don't know how to play, and I'm paraphrasing, just don't know what needs to be done at this time. But then he had the follow-up line, which I appreciated, when he said, and that's why we're glad to have them on the ice so that they can learn. Now, today, Mike Sealski has a piece in talking more about it. I watched that whole game. I didn't notice who was on and off the ice. It's impossible for me to do that as far as how many minutes guys played. But apparently Travis Konechny did not play the first 7 minutes of the third period after a second period in which that John Tortorella labeled as embarrassing for the Flyers organization. There's a lot going on here. This Sealski story today talked about he was inherited by Keith Jones and Danny Briere. He's not their hire. Therefore, is he the guy that they're going to go with moving forward? I never thought about that. I thought the three of them were lock and step, and maybe they are. Maybe this is conjecture on Sealski's part that isn't really there. I don't know. But he's going all in with this playoff stuff now. And for a season that was deemed by Jones, Briere, and Tortorella as one in which you're kind of looking for a foundation. It's not about playoffs. It's about growing, rebuilding, all of that. Tortorella came out about 2 weeks ago and said, nah, now's the time. It was a little sooner than that, maybe 10 days ago. No, it's time to start talking playoffs. It's time to start playing for the playoffs. I am going to start talking to the team about that. Well, man, he's not going in like, a toe at a time. He's doing that run into the ocean and dive head first. That's what he appears to be doing. We'll see what happens here. Interesting that he puts out there that I know that there's a narrative that eventually some players will quit on him. Interesting stuff. Maybe you have some reaction to that, 610-632-0975. Also, if you want to talk Sixers, Phillies from last night, we're all for it. Last time to chime in on your line of the night. Maybe it was something that was said. Maybe it was a line put up by a player, a stat line, whatever it may be. We have a bunch of them. We're going to pick a winner towards the end of the show. Maybe you have one that you want to get to us. 610-632-0975. This is Middays. Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The superstars shined. I'm ready.
Today, you listening out there now, my beautiful YouTube friends and family, love you guys. A lot of great stuff from you today, so we appreciate it. Next segment, we will be picking our winner for line of the day. If you have one that you think that might be in line, you're more than welcome to call 610-632-0975. You have about 12 minutes to call in. Give us a good sports point that you're thinking of. And then also, if you have a line of the night or of today, we have a lot to choose from. Ray, how about we haven't gone to our texters a whole lot today at 610-632-0975. I just read something pretty interesting that John Clark tweeted about John Tortorella. I wonder where this is going. I think this is getting even more, say the word, Ray, even more intriguing. So we'll see how it plays out. But what have our great texters had to say today, Ray?
Yes, for our text board today, we got a couple more people chiming in with lines that they enjoy. We also got some good engagement on the whole wash laundry debate, and I'm only going to read you ones that people say laundry because it was a pretty even split.
No. If I'm going to teach you anything about this show, it's that we are fair to people, is that we listen. We don't just hear, we listen. So you're going to read both sides of the story here, buddy.
Yeah, we got Father Sean checking in with wash. We got someone checking in saying...
if a priest says wash, that's a done deal pretty much. But go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. Listen, it's laundry, but it's okay, Father Sean.
And the Pope also came in. He said laundry.
Yeah. We had someone checking in all the way from Tennessee. Matt in Knoxville saying... Matt in Knoxville actually had a good text from earlier, so I'll read that one after this one. But he said it's only a Pennsylvania thing, the wash laundry thing. He said he remembers growing up in Harrisburg and hearing that, but living in Tennessee the last 20 years, it's always been laundry. So we just got some weird Pennsylvanian freaks
Tennessee.
that are...
They only do it like once a week.
Oh, okay. I didn't say that, Matt, so we appreciate you listening. Matt also chiming in earlier, talking about that Thunder 11-0 run in the, I think it was the fourth quarter, was 83-83. He said, week ago, Sixers lose that by 20, especially without Maxey. That's what Embiid showing you he is the MVP. We're contenders again because of him.
I'll tell you what. I thought the biggest basket of the game was when they were down 101-99. And the easiness in which they ran a high pick and roll, and it was Oubre and Embiid, and Oubre got it back to him, and Embiid was open for the 17-footer and shot it with all the ease that he shot it all season long, and boom, it ties the game. I thought that was a huge one. All right, you got more? Or
Troy in Frankfurt also saying that he's with you in using the word wash, but also stinks to lose Redick. I'm optimistic about the growth of young players. He does add, though, mostly on offense. So not a ton of optimism on the defensive side.
Well, I didn't really get reaction from you on it. Well, I guess you did. You did give you weren't. I don't know.
I don't feel better, Bob. I don't.
I'm trying. Well, you have to. Not better, but you have to accept it.
Well, I've accepted it. Doesn't mean I'm going to feel great about it. Accepted plenty of things that I didn't feel great about.
So when you accept something that perhaps you don't want to, don't you go out of your way to try to find a reasoning for your acceptance? Like, I'm wondering if that's what I'm doing with the Shefty thing. I hated it. I called it egregious. I stood on an island, just Jennifer Scordo and myself. We're on an island saying, yep, we believe he's going to come back. Somehow, Howie Roseman's going to make it happen. Somehow, some way, Hassan Reddick is going to be in a Philadelphia Eagles uniform. We accepted it. We took the Wilson volleyball or whatever it was, beach ball, with us. It had Wilson written on it. We were set. We were fine. We were comfortable saying Jen and I were going to be the only ones that believed that he was coming back here. Now, we were wrong. So now that it's happened, we have to accept, all of us. Do we look for reasons for acceptance? And is that why maybe I'm listening to Schefter and saying, okay, that makes me feel better?
Yeah, maybe you're looking, I think you're looking for more reason for optimism, not for acceptance.
No.
I've accepted
I look at it as business.
No, sorry. My acceptance is in the fact that I watched him in front of the Jets logo talking to the media. I can't change that.
I do not have a tear to your eye?
I don't have the power to do it. No, I watched it right there with you. All right? I'm not going to cry over this. I'm just going to be mad over this.
Can I ask you an honest question?
Of course.
Does the Temple thing come into play?
If you gave me player A that has given me this much production over 4 years versus player B, anyone that you want to put up from the Eagles side said, who do you want? That player could have gone Penn State. They could have been from the University of Calgary up in Canada, or they could have been a former soccer player turned football player that did not go to college for football. I would go with the player A and Hassan that gave you that production versus anything you put up against me that the Eagles currently have.
Well, the question after you say something like that is there a University of Calgary?
I have no idea. I don't know why Calgary came to my mind.
Let's look at it this way. Javon Hargrave gets let go after last year, or 2 years ago, after a wonderful season. I don't know if he was a Pro Bowl or not, but he records an individual high in sacks, all of that. You replace him with Jalen Carter. Were you okay with that?
Well, at the time, I didn't know they were going to replace Jalen Carter. None of us knew that because Carter was at that point.
Until it happened, until you drafted a Jalen Carter.
I was higher on Jalen Carter than I'm on any of the guys that I've got currently that will replace Reddick.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, I when they got rid of Hargrave, it felt like the opportunity of doing business here. I was, again, last year, my offseason priority was CJGJ and shoring up that back end. So that my offseason priority this year was making it work with Reddick, and that did not happen. So I'm not happy.
All right. Then I don't know if you can be not happy and accepting at the same time.
Yeah, you can. Absolutely. You can accept that situations happen. You don't have to be happy that they happen.
Okay. I could see it more in real life than in sports, maybe. I don't know. I'm really thinking this through with myself at this time about
what's a sports decision that you've been not happy with?
Let's go the Sixers trade in Charles Barkley.
Okay. Did at some point you accept that it happened?
No. Never. I never accepted.
So he was forever a Sixer.
Yes, I never put my allegiance back over to Tim Perry, Jeff Hornacek, and somebody else because it was a 3-for-1 deal who I can't. How can I not remember?
That's okay.
You didn't
accept that it happened.
Drew Lang. It was Drew Lang.
Yeah, you didn't accept that it happened,
No,
so why would you know?
Yeah, never.
I can accept that things happen. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm happy that they happen.
Yeah, my mindset is different, as you know, when it comes to sports. Usually I'm just move on guy, quicker than many other people. Instead of dissecting the hurt, all that stuff, you lose the game, okay, move on to the next. Dissect why and move on. I don't let feelings override me. We talked about this before. I'm still ticked off. You're right.
Yeah,
I am still. I still think it's egregious that they let Hassan Reddick go.
Is it even feelings though? Like it's so much like you can have the feelings. Like my feeling side of this is wow, great Philadelphia story. The Temple angle, of course, pulls at the heartstrings of the story that I enjoy.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
This is so much bigger than a story. This is a productive player on a team that, okay, you went out here and made your offense better by getting Barkley. Okay, you went and got Huff that you think is into your rotation. This, to me, was an offseason where you said, we had holes, we're going to address them, and we're going to go back out there and compete. If you want to sell me on remember we were 10-1, well, then moves of a team that says, well, remember we were 10-1 is one that wants to get back to competing. Getting rid of your best defensive player, to me, doesn't add up to a team that's ready to go, oh, yeah, we want to go all in and compete. Next season.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm trying, not only acceptance, maybe I'm trying to feel better about it. Schefter did what he said this morning, kind of hit me a little bit, where he laid out the business plan of it. They went younger. They went cheaper. They went with a guy that they think potentially is as good as Hassan Reddick can be. And potentially, I know, is the key word there. And the word potential, there's so many people out there that remember athletes that had that label put upon them that it never came to fruition. And that's why that word particularly bothers them so badly. And it's the word. If Adam Schefter went on and on and on and gave us the reason, and I'm listening, okay. And then potential comes up, I go, oh, it's the brakes. Stopping the conversation. It's the fingers down the blackboard. It's all of that. So I hear you. Great point by you. All right, I want to reiterate this tweet that John Clark sent out because the wheels are spinning in my head. Maybe they are yours. John Tortorella has had a 10-day period of wowness, much more so, I think, than he had all year. Yeah, there's been different stuff with John Tortorella all year. I saw a list on Twitter the other day of players that he healthy scratched this year. I think it would have been better if he put the players he didn't healthy scratch because, it was pretty much the whole Flyers roster and any other roster he could get his hands on, he was putting healthy scratches in. But our friend John Clark, who we had on yesterday, had this tweet, and I want to read it to you now about John Tortorella. It says, John Tortorella says he was honest the other night and says he is even more concerned now watching the tape. John says he has not been doing a good enough job to get the players to understand they have to be at a different level now these last games heading into the playoffs. He says he knows there is a narrative out there that eventually some players will quit on him. He says he is here to push the players. John Tortorella says they have the wrong damn coach here if they don't understand that. John says the number one most important thing is everybody being transparent. They have the wrong damn coach here if they don't understand that. Is that kind of an out to you? Is that kind of a, okay, if these guys don't perform, I didn't do my job, so I shouldn't be here? How do you read that?
It's the second admission of fault in a post-game presser we've gotten from him in a matter of a week.
Good point.
Which is wild. That's the reflection there. I don't know if maybe he feels that the message isn't getting across the way he wants it to. And I think that the admission of fault gives me that more than anything else. Well, you're hung up here on the wrong coach. I think he's talking more to the players of like, I might be the wrong guy for you if you think that what we're doing is not the way to do things.
Oh, I took it the other way. I took that he was that like, hey, if these players don't get it, Danny, Keith, you have the wrong guy here. Or people out there listening to me right now, I shouldn't be here because my message isn't getting through.
I guess, I think that's maybe I'm not giving Torts enough credit for the self-reflection on this one. I've always seen it as more of a, hey, if it's not getting across to players. To me, I disagree with the idea that he's without fault. A guy could do something. The guy does something wrong. I think the accountability for him has to be there for the way they've played down this stretch. They look tired. I don't think his message is getting across right now. But I didn't look at it so much. I think he starts it off with the admission of fault, and I think he's looking at it, to me, he wraps it up at the end with you got the wrong coach. You got me pegged as the wrong guy if you think that this is going to change.
It's interesting. It's intriguing.
Is it?
Yeah. All right, listen, when we get back, we are going to pick our winner from Line of the Night that is going to win 2 tickets to next week's Sixers Orlando Magic game. We'll also wrap this whole thing up because it is closing time for us at 2 o'clock before the best show ever comes on with Tyrone. I think a sprinkling of Ricky today, pending on the Phillies game. Bill Colarulo's also in the house. And, of course, the great Jen Scordo. We'll be back, talk all about that and more. Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade.
Nika Peeker.
Today, now this isn't great. So Brendan Petrilli came in here. He bought a couple of tickets. That's one of our fine behind-the-scenes people here. He bought a ticket, I think he said one ticket, to the Phillies game today for like $15, and he's down low. So he's all pumped for it. I said, oh, good. I hope you get a break in the weather. So I called up the weather with him, and we looked at the radar. I don't know, Ray. Doesn't look good.
I haven't seen it. I'm just assuming it looks bad.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad. So fingers crossed that for those of you who are going down today, if you are, obviously protect yourself from the rain, but it's only 44 degrees out there right now, feeling like 38. So bundle up, have fun. There will probably be just a few of you out there, so it'll be an experience. So hopefully that gets done. All right, we have a couple of texts before we pick out the winner.
Yes,
Ray,
we do.
what do we got,
a couple
buddy?
of texts. Natalie from the YouTube checking in.
Hey, what do you say, Nat?
Saying the best line of the night was Kelly Oubre, a.k.a. Ube, getting 25 points, complimenting Embiid's 24s. Not only because she feels vindicated because a lot of people were giving Alyssa and her grief that Oubre's not that good, and they only liked him because he was hot.
Hey, don't be picking on my Natalie and Alyssa.
Don't be. Also, we were, as a fan base, concerned about how they would play together, and if last night is any indication, we're in good hands.
Yeah, so all this started, we went with the line of the day. So Ray and I got in this morning, and I do like to do this. Kincade will let you know, too. Every morning I get on the computer. I look at every box score from the NBA. I try to scroll through every box score in Major League Baseball because numbers just stick out at me. I'll see it. I'll remember it. I know it. So I look up the San Antonio Spurs game last night, and I see Wembanyama, and I said, oh, my God. The guy almost had a quadruple-double, 23 points, 15 rebounds, 8 assists, 9 blocks, but the telling thing was he was a -9. So while he was on the floor and posting those great numbers, he was a -9. A lot of it had to do with Jokic going off for 42 points, but that's where it was. I turned to Ray. I said, hey, that's the line of the night. I said, wait a minute, maybe it's not, because Ray said he had a line of the night. And what was yours again?
Yeah, so Kyle Freeland got off to a brutal start to the season.
Colorado Rockies.
That's right. 3 1/3, 7 earned runs last night, and his ERA got better because in his first start of the season, he went 2 1/3 and allowed 10 earned runs.
Yeah, so we decided to say, hey, we have 2 tickets to give away for the Sixers next week. Let's see if we can come up with the line of the night. So we had a couple of them. Amanda, said she would fly in. Her line of the night was about Bryce Harper. She said she would fly in. We had a couple Harper things. Andy called in and said, Tom McGinnis, on with us this morning, had this line, that Nick Nurse will lead this team to the promised land. That came in second. Because what came in first, real simple, was our man Joe. He goes, here's my line of the night, 3,000. I still laugh at it. He got the Sixers at plus 3,000 to win the NBA championship. His presentation was awesome. His line was really good, and we thank all of you that had your lines of the day. They were all great, but Joe is our winner. So we have his information, Ray. We'll make sure we get that all taken care of. So way to go, Joe. Appreciate that. And your line of the day is, I think Colorado's been outscored 45-12 so far this year.
It's actually 1,000,000-0.
It is
what
$1,000,000
feels like.
to nothing.
If I was a Rockies fan right now, if I was out in Denver, you might want to partake in some of the good activities out in Denver that are not baseball because it's going to be a long summer for you.
Okay. My number of the day, if we're going to go with a numbers thing, was something that I brought up earlier, and it's something from old-time baseball, and I love to see these things. We got something about Tony. Oddly enough, I mentioned Tony Gwynn to you on these airwaves earlier today. My phone starts popping up a bunch of Tony Gwynn stats on Twitter.
Wow.
Coincidence?
I think not.
I think not, too. But here was mine of the day, and that was, I was talking about baseball pitchers and the things that they did. Nolan Ryan, who I believe is still the all-time strikeout leader in baseball. If not, he's in the top 3, I forget. He took 31 no-hitters into the 7th inning in his career. That's pretty damn cool. And the best thing I'll remember, or the biggest thing I remember about Nolan Ryan is he was on that 1980 Houston Astros team that faced the Philadelphia Phillies. I forget who it was. It might have been Rose. I don't know. Somebody hit like a humpback liner to him that he should have caught, that he didn't catch. And then they replaced him, and it started a big inning, and it led to the Phillies winning the World Series, Ray. I don't think you remember that back in 1980.
I was not there for that one,
No, the coolest thing about it was my dad, who was loves sports, but was very, very quiet about it. You know, didn't scream, didn't holler, none of that, very quiet. When the Phillies started the playoff run in 1980, he started keeping score of every game from his seat.
Wow.
I thought that was wow, every game. And the Phillies kept winning and winning and winning, and he's like, nope, can't stop it now. Got to keep going. So that was cool, and my dad did that, and I think they may still be around somewhere. I would have to check my parents' house, which our family still has. So maybe I'll have to go back and look at that. All right, listen, I got to tell you that the 1 o'clock hour, Ray, if I could find it, I certainly would tell you, but I will, that it was brought to you by Ferguson HVAC Lyon Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, and supplies for every heating and cooling job. Visit one of Ferguson's counter locations in Bensalem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester. We can't thank you enough for joining us today. It is closing time for us, but you do have the best show ever coming up. You got Tyrone, you got Ricky, you got Bill Colarulo, and, of course, the great, the wonderful Jen Scordo. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m., can't wait to talk to you then. Bob Cooney, Ray Dunn. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Our sports sanity is saved. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today. Joel Embiid returned, and the 76ers beat the Thunder 109-105 last night. Joel Embiid scored 24 points in 29 minutes of action. A big bucket late to tie the game at 101. Some big free throws and big plays defensively. Kelly Oubre, speaking of big plays, was big down the stretch. Led the Sixers with 25 points last night. Tyrese Maxey missed a second straight game with a left hip injury. The Sixers play the Heat, who they trail right now by a game and a half in the standings at 7:30 on Thursday night in Miami. Tom McGinnis joined the show earlier to talk all things 76ers. Catch that conversation one more time at 97.5thefanatic.com. Bryce Harper hit not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs, and the Phillies won 9-4 over the Reds. Last night, Harper launched a homer in his first 2 at-bats, and for good measure, a grand slam in his 4th at-bat. Spencer Turnbull looked at his first start as a Philly, didn't allow an earned run while striking out 7 in 5 innings. Phillies and Reds coming up at 4:05. Zach Wheeler on the mound for the Phils. The Inquirer's Matt Breen joined the show earlier to talk all things Philadelphia sports. Catch that conversation one more time at 97.5thefanatic.com. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The Eagles. You can get your Birds fix every day.
The offense should be better for multiple reasons. We don't think they're going to collapse. We think Jalen Hurts will play better than he did last year. And we do think Kellen Moore is a big factor when it comes to that.